Hello, everybody. Welcome. Tesla is down 2%. It's a windy day today out in Austin. It's going to be windy. Let's see if I can find a little windy spot. Tesla down 2%. Overall market. Dow Jones up 0.3. NASDAQ flat. S&P 500 flat. Google is down 1%. Oil stocks are down. Financials are up. Omar, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. I'm going to be driving today. I'm parked right now, but probably won't have that great of a connection, but I'm here anyway.
Thank you. You actually sound pretty good. You probably sound better than I do right now.
Well, I'm parked right now. When I'm moving, that's when the signal gets iffy.
Gotcha. You still have your Starlink in your Cybertruck?
I don't have it with me right now for this trip, unfortunately, so we're going to be going off the cellular network.
Okay, great. What did you think of yesterday's Supercharger space or the discussion about Supercharger? It looks like you guys went on for a while after I fell asleep.
You know, I love Onward Beck. I know Onward Beck and Eli. Actually, Eli's going to be sponsoring Whole Mars for the next 2 weeks to launch his new Starman comic. And, love all those guys. And I agree with them. Probably there were some great people who got let go. Tesla only hires great people, right? So it is sad. You obviously don't want to do job cuts, as you said, but ultimately, I think it's kind of sad to see everybody sort of just assuming the worst, kind of, attacking Elon, saying, he's lost his mind, or, we lost these force multipliers or whatever that means. And, I think it's not going to be the end of the world. I think the sky's not falling. I really have a lot of respect for Elon and what he's doing in this moment right now for us as shareholders. It's an extremely tough time. He's making tough decisions to make sure the company stays profitable and that they can invest fully in AI and sort of realize these benefits for shareholders. And a lot of people are going to criticize him for it, but ultimately, that's what being CEO is. It's not easy. It's easy to quarterback. It's hard to actually have the fate of the EV revolution and autonomy on your shoulders. And it's all depending on whether you can continue to guide that company to be profitable. So I think he's, right afterwards, I don't know if he was listening to the space, probably not, but they're making some moves. He tweeted reaffirming his commitment to superchargers. There had been some stories like, oh, BP wants to buy the supercharger stations or something. So there was a little bit of misinformation going on there. He reaffirmed his commitment. He said, look, we're investing $500 million. The supercharging team started tweeting. They said, look, please pardon our internal restructuring, but that's all it is, internal restructuring. A lot of people said, okay, they're letting go of the supercharger team, or a large amount of people on the supercharger team, almost the entire team. So that must mean they're not building superchargers anymore. And, I think that's not the case. I think they're going to continue to build out chargers where needed, spend out construction. And then he also created a supercharger group for people to discuss issues, propose solutions. I got made a moderator of that community, I found out. So I can add people here. We can talk about superchargers and what to do. And, at the end of the day, there really wasn't a lot of negative impact. There was a lot of worry that there could be negative impact in the future. But the charging network stayed running, and it sounds like they're committed to expanding it. They're committed to working with partners like BP, and I don't think anything's really going to change, except that they're going to save a lot of money.
Yeah, I thought the rhetoric was, especially in that space, was the entire supercharging team was laid off. Is that not the case then?
Well, obviously there's somebody there, right? You can't get these charging stations up and do some of these basic operations without some people. Whether they hired some people back or moved some people from elsewhere in the organization, I don't know. But I think clearly they're going to do what they need to do to run and expand the network.
Yeah, I just looked up. ChargePoint had about 1,650 people as of 2023. And yeah, interesting. So what's going to be in that community then? What's the purpose of the community, and who are the people in there right now? You're on mute.
Yeah, I think it serves two purposes. One, just try and find issues as they restructure the team. If there's anything where the ball is getting dropped or something's not working, this is a place for people to discuss what's going wrong and also to talk about what the future should be. Where should they be building charging sites? What should their strategy be? Just any thoughts you have as a supercharger user or customer about the future of the network.
Yeah, the $500 million figure is really high too. I mean, that's way more than I would have expected.
Yeah, that's a massive spending commitment.
And he says that's only the capital expenditures, like it's not even the operational.
Yeah, seriously. And yeah, I mean, like, how much does ChargePoint spend? Do we have any idea from their filings?
I don't know, but if you assume $10,000 per charger, $500 million would be 50,000 chargers. But let me just caveat that with, he doesn't exactly say CapEx for it. So let me just see what he exactly said. He even reposted a new Tesla supercharger from the Tesla charging account, created a supercharger community, which now has 84 members. Elon says Tesla will spend well over $500 million expanding our supercharger network to create thousands of new chargers this year. That's just on new sites and expansions, not counting operations costs, which are much higher. Yeah. I mean, if they actually spend well over $500 million, that should be like tens of thousands of chargers. So that's a massive investment this year. But he says, here's the other thing though, that when I kind of crossed my mind when I was just reading this year, but we're in May. So how much have they spent so far? Right. Interesting. Complexity. Go ahead.
Yes. So I just had more news on the BP front. So like Oma was saying that they have committed $1 billion this year to set up new superchargers across the US. So I was talking to the person in charge of the project on LinkedIn, and he told me that if the return on the project goes well by 2026, BP intends to invest another $3 billion annually for 2026 and 2027 to set up more superchargers, and they'll obviously partner with Tesla continuously.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. The thing is, like, a lot of this is just people wanting to talk about something and the next drama. Jimmy the Otter.
Thank you very much. In order not to get trouble today, may I ask what the topic is? Because above, there is nothing about the topic.
Yeah, we're talking about superchargers right now. So last night there was another space where kind of people were convinced that Elon made a rash decision, that he fired the entire team. And how can he possibly do that? Literally, the entire speaker board was like this, like 10 people.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, I disagree with that. I think it was
and
a
then
very.
and then I kind of, I try to be nice with others in other spaces, but I couldn't. I was like, well, there's another perspective, instead of kind of going around and circle jerking each other about how right everybody is. There's another view, and
Mhm.
yeah, what's your view?
My view is it makes sense. They already built out the supercharger network. It can be contracted out to manage the rest. Those 10 people, if they're let go, I don't think all of them were actually. I think some of them were reassigned. Are the resources could be better used for Optimus, be better used for R&D, for building out Tesla's future products. The supercharger network is a well understood technology today. The issue is funding, essentially subsidies, implementation at scale, and agreements with local government to get those things installed with utilities connected. So Tesla is an innovation company. It is not a public utilities company. And Elon understands that if they wanted Tesla to be a public utilities company, right, the team would have stayed, right? Elon would talk a lot more about superchargers, but he doesn't anymore because he knows that superchargers for Tesla is just one part of the program. The reason why there aren't more is because local government simply doesn't have the funding, the willpower, or the interest to actually switch to EVs and electrification. And that is not Elon's problem. Elon's problem right now is how to get autonomization into the United States and to reduce fossil fuels by increasing EV output through vehicles and robots.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I said too. Those
Oh, okay.
capital expenditure dollars can be spent in Optimus. They need to be spent in Optimus and FSD, building out Tesla's AI infrastructure, instead of things that the rest of the industry can take on at this point. And by laying off
No one is
the 500
stopping these
people,
other companies from doing it. In fact, California has public funding to do this. He's quite aware of that, but they are not using these grants from the US government, the federal government, to actually install chargers, EV chargers correctly. And they're not the only state where basically there's swindling, wasting resources. Other states, which are cold, where utilities are freezing during the winter, have had funding since COVID to install chargers, including superchargers, and connect them. And as it's been shown, billions have been spent, only dozens of chargers have been installed. So clearly, Elon understands, let's not wait for government. The fundamental issue is with superchargers, you have to wait for government to step up and do something. Tesla's not going to wait.
Bull 2035.
Yeah, and Elon knows you innovate or you die. And what you also don't become is GE or one of these massive conglomerates that does a little bit of everything for everybody. And I think Elon gets that. That's why he keeps refocusing the organization on what they do best. I do wonder, and maybe Omar has a thought on it or someone else does, about how they're going to charge the robo taxis. I'm fascinated to learn more about that.
Omar?
Well, getting the robotaxi to work is the hard part. A really easy solution is just to hire someone to plug the cars in or ask other people there to plug the cars in. You could also use Optimus or wireless charging or some type of charger that plugs itself in.
Habib?
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good. How's everybody doing?
Good. Good. Friday afternoon, beautiful weather in Austin. It's a little windy, but other than that, humidity is low. Temperatures are perfect. Looking forward to this Friday afternoon.
We got some rain over here in Jersey, and what I've noticed in the FSD is I think it's recognizing puddles on the sides of these country roads, like in the suburbs. I think it's recognizing, I'm not sure if it's recognizing it as puddles or it's just recognizing it as something is in the road. And sometimes it's actually avoiding the puddles, and other times it's going right through it. I can't get it to consistently repeat it though, but I've noticed that sometimes it does avoid the puddles, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's doing great. I was going to ask Omar about something. We talked about Supercharger last night's space. We talked about Supercharger community. Oh, Omar, you want to talk about this free trial conversion rate data from Yipit that Gordon Johnson brought up last night, yesterday's space here?
Yeah, and you've been taking a little bit of heat for having Gordon on. I definitely support you bringing people up, hearing from people. 90% of what he says might be ridiculous, but then you have one piece of information that you actually didn't hear about, which is actually kind of interesting to dig into. So I had never heard of Yipit before. Yipit gathers data through a variety of sources, including they have an email client in the App Store. It's called Edison Mail. And users of this Edison Mail, they have 1 million users. They read their emails and they're able to figure out, for example, when they got a free trial for FSD, if they subscribe, they get a confirmation. Through these email receipts, you can find out a lot of information about what people are buying on an item by item level. What items are they buying? So they then sell this data to Wall Street and others. And they had some data that suggested that out of about 3,500 FSD trials they saw go out, only 2% actually subscribed. So I think it's an interesting piece of data. At the same time, I think, it's probably too early to make a conclusion. The data really ended in early May, and the trial ended in early May too. It actually went a few days longer than expected. So I think we need a little bit more data there. Many people also haven't gotten the trial yet. And the people with 2024.8 are just starting to get the trial now. So we don't have data on that. I also think that, you could see people subscribe within 12 days. The first people started subscribing. But most people aren't going to subscribe until after the trial's over and they start missing it. Maybe when Smart Summon or the next update comes out or no nag, then they want to try it again. But I think you probably have to wait for at least 30 to 90 days to see what that conversion is and wait for all the free trials to go out. The other thing is the sample size representative? With 3,500 trials, it could be representative, or it could be the case that, for example, these are less tech savvy users who are using the Edison Mail client and are less likely than the broader fleet population to do FSD, right? This is obviously less than 0.25% of the fleet that got free trials. So, I think that's also something to take into account as we evaluate the data. But Sawyer and I ran some polls ourselves, and you can see there's a little bit of a difference between Sawyer's poll and my poll. Obviously, my followers are more likely to be FSD fans. And, mine was pretty overwhelming. If you went based off my poll, you would think that, 66% of people are subscribing. If you went on Sawyer's, it might be more like 40%. But I'm not sure either of us are representative of the broader fleet of 2 million users. So we'll have to see what it is eventually, but 2% strikes me as, too low to believe. I don't want to believe it. It could be true. It could be too expensive. It could be people didn't try it, didn't get it. It could be they didn't like the nag. But if I had to guess, I'd say the conversion rate will probably be around 10 to 20% at least. and that would result in a doubling of the FSD users. And I still believe we're going to get to over 1 million users by the end of the year.
Great. Tech circuits.
Hi. I have a question about the Cybertruck and supercharging. How has it been supercharging, Omar, with the Cybertruck? How's the speed, and has it been getting better through the latest updates?
Yeah, great question. I have a 400-mile Model S and this Cybertruck, which has about 318 miles of range as configured with these wheels. I've always taken the Cybertruck on road trips because it's so smooth and comfortable. I'm actually driving in the Cybertruck on a road trip right now, headed to the Kettleman City Supercharger. So the Cybertruck does have a bigger battery. It does take longer to charge, but it's not really that much that it makes that much of a difference. It's 5-10 minutes. And I've noticed it takes a long time to charge to 100%, but to go from 10% to 50% is very fast. So if you just follow the route planner, your trip stops are not that long. My next trip stop, it looks like, is going to be a 20-minute charging stop. So pretty normal, pretty much what you'd get with other Teslas. And these trucks do support 800-volt charging. So in the future, with faster supercharger hardware, it should be able to go even faster. I think at the V3s, it can do 600 and something miles per hour of range added at peak speeds. With the new 800-volt chargers, they should be able to get up to 800 and something. So about at least 25% faster at the peak rate. So overall, I would say I wouldn't let charging dissuade you from getting the Cybertruck. It's going to probably be a much better road trip experience overall. It will maybe add 5-10 minutes. It will be longer to charge, but most of the time, you're charging it at home in your garage. It is the exact same experience.
Yeah, I was just curious if you've.
Hold on. I have a question for you, tech circuits.
Sure.
So I've been looking at your replies. And yesterday or this morning, you say, yesterday's space was full of lies. So can you name us a couple?
Couple of lies.
Yeah.
I did name one, I think, in the reply where Gordon was saying that he predicted that the stock would go to $22. I mean, it was a good space yesterday. It was definitely
No. So hold on. So what is a lie about that?
Okay. Well, I mean, that's an opinion, but
Okay. Okay. So hold on. So that's an opinion you now just said. After
Yes.
10 seconds ago, you said you listed one, which was a false claim. You did not. So that was a lie that you made.
Okay.
Hold
Sorry.
on. Hold on. I'm not done with you yet.
Okay.
And then you said yesterday's space was full of lies. Can you name one?
The BY the I don't know how to pronounce it, but the Chinese mapping company, where Gordon was saying that they did not have a extended partnership or an added on partnership, and the FSD safety numbers. Like I do think that we've seen in different articles that it is getting safer, and it clearly is getting better. And he was saying that it is getting worse, if anything.
Yeah, well, he provided his data, which is TeslaFSDtracker.com. He talked about the latest version being worse than the last version. He was very specific about it, and those are factual statements in terms of disengagement data. He has his data on other service providers as well. Okay. And you're saying definitely getting better. That's your opinion, right? Because you don't have any source data, right? You don't have any data to support that. But then you say he is a big Tesla shorter. Do you have any evidence that he's short the Tesla stock?
I'm pretty sure he said yesterday that he has and hasn't. I'm pretty sure he said yesterday that he has shorted the stock.
Well, I'll have to I'll ask you to find that. I don't remember that.
He's not a trader.
Exactly. He's a
is
sell
paid
side.
by hedge
Sorry.
funds.
So one second. So that's my understanding too. He's a sell side research analyst. Okay, but you say he is a big Tesla shorter, which is a lie, right? That's false.
Okay. I did
So
not know that.
the only lies I'm seeing is in your reply. And this is actually very representative. I have nothing against you. You only started coming lately, and you're clearly very new, which is fine. I hope that you continue to come. But the thing is, this is very representative of everything I see at Gordon Johnson.
All right. I'm sorry. I was under the impression that he was a Tesla investor, and I now realize those are opinions. So I will do better.
Okay. Thank you. Habib?
What's going on today? I thought the weather was good. I thought it's a Friday.
I mean, those things are still true. And, but I think that we just have to kind of step back a little bit and see, how we can all work together. And like this Yipit data, okay, I didn't see this. Did you see this data until he brought it up?
No, and even when he mentioned it yesterday, remember I think it was Machine was questioning the source. Was this the data he was saying some Chinese data or some Chinese source
that's
about
different
FSD take
topic.
rate?
Yeah, they're not Chinese at all.
That's a different topic.
There was a Chinese guy tweeting about it, but the data itself has nothing to do with the Chinese.
Yeah, and I've heard of Yipit data before. Like it's not like it's a totally made up source, Now I haven't seen the methodology of what they've kind of put out. I only see what I just reposted. If you guys want to see the data, but this is actually very much in line with what we expected. I mean, what I expected in here. We actually went around and said, "What do you think will be the conversion rate?" And even before free trial was offered, I said, "Free trial isn't gonna do it. It's not. The software is not ready." And people are like, "Oh no, blah 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 blah." And here's what we have so far. Now I agree with a couple of the things that Omar said earlier, which is, maybe people will wait for another update. Maybe they won't sign up right away after the free trial. Maybe they'll wait with 12.4, 12.5. I think all of those things are true. And I do think that the number of users by the end of this year will be materially higher than where it is today. And I do think they will get to 1 million. So that's but that's a forecast. And I think the fact that we should keep in mind the fact that if it wasn't for Gordon saying it in here yesterday, most of us wouldn't have known about this data, which appears to be pretty material because it's contradictory to what most people believe would happen at this point after the free trial. Drew.
I did catch one potential falsehood that Gordon mentioned. I was doing some research and I posted it in yesterday's YouTube live comments. He had mentioned about utilization or uptime or runtime at factories being at 95% to be neutral as far as profitability. I researched everywhere I could find and I could not find anything that stated that. So I was just kind of curious where he pulled that out of his hat.
Thank you. Wes.
Say, did you say that you reposted this new data that Gordon shared? Because I don't see it.
Yeah, I'll pin it up here.
Oh, okay, great. Thanks. I'll take a look into it. Appreciate it.
Complexity.
Yeah, so I think the space yesterday with Gordon was the problem was that he was comparing one data point to a separate data point, which were, mismatched. So people were thinking that he's lying, but that's not always true. And analysts usually cherry pick data points that represent their case. So it's a standard industry practice. Adam Jonas will do it. He will do it. Everyone will do it.
Hello, sure.
The comment's not really relative at this point, but I was just going to expand on Omar's comment earlier about supporting each other and coming up with ways to build our own individual arsenal to go out and try and dispel some of the myths and rumors, and just didn't fit into the flow. So that's why I put my hand in.
Pat.
So the only lie that I caught him on is when he called full self-driving vaporware, and I think he has a history of just being over the top. And when he goes out and says these statements like that, it just creates a lot of negative bias towards what he actually has to say. So I do appreciate you keeping us in line, and I would not have recognized some of that truth that he does bring if you didn't kind of dial us back. So appreciate this channel.
Agree that
Omar?
I do agree that FSD isn't. I do agree that FSD isn't vaporware, but in his defense, he said, "What I mean by that is it'll never be truly full self-driving." So that's what I mean. I mean, you're never going to get a robo-taxi. So obviously, FSD supervised is a real product. No one can debate that. But what's debatable is, will it ever be driverless? I believe it will. Others, we believe it won't.
Habib.
Yeah, Omar said it. Gordon is not generally lying. His opinion, if you think about the position he's coming from, is he's saying what we currently have as first products being sold by Tesla, what they're currently selling doesn't value or meet the value for its PE ratio that it's trading at. That's his basic argument. And then he goes into, someone just said we should have an arsenal of data. Actually, we have a lot of years of language from the Tesla leadership that has not come to fruition as soon as it was initially stated. The most famous things are, in 2 weeks, car will be able to drive on its own. By the end of the year, the car will be able to drive by its own. So I don't actually think that Gordon is generally lying about the data. I mean, he doesn't show his resources all the time. And I think some people get caught up on that and try to call him out about that. But if you just look at what his position is he's basically just saying what we sell as a company, you guys are selling as a company, does not justify its PE ratio. And he's not giving a lot of forward guidance towards that either. I think that's a fair opinion for him to have.
Yeah. Yeah, he's really good at what he does. I mean, he gets his facts right, which I can't say for most people. And that's a good start. And then he's also really good at going to really picking the weakest link in your argument. And that's exactly what you want on the other side. Like that's what you want from a devil's advocate, To the extent that he has a short position, that or this and that, uses colorful language, for media, which is fine, I guess. I don't appreciate the personal attacks that he brings to the table every now and then, but Omar has a thick skin. He can handle it. He gives it back too. But I think that it's important to have someone like him, so that even if it's a 1% of what he says is material and important and new, that's worth it to me. I want that on that speaker board, and we can sift through the 99%. That's no problem. So
my favorite thing is when you have like Dan O'Dowd or Gordon Johnson, where we have some of these bulls that come in. My favorite thing to actually do is I do get in the car and I go on an FSD drive while they're talking. It just really reaffirms my position and belief in the product.
no clue.
Thoughts on Gordon's, what I perceive as a lie about Cybertruck being a complete flop. This is coming from someone who is refreshing his stupid app 20 times a day, ready to pay them $130,000, saying it is a flop. That was a lie to me.
That's a little like
How
flagrant
and
wording that he's using. That
yeah,
really that's not, he does that because that gets at that gets under everyone's skin. That really gets us charged up. That's what gets you slipping on your comments. He's really good at getting people heated, by the way.
I mean, obviously, it's kind of subjective at this point until you have really strong sales numbers. I think they're on track to be the best-selling electric truck. I think at that point it becomes kind of indisputable that the market has chosen a winner here. But overall, I mean, you look at all the celebrities, you look at the orders, they're selling this thing at $100,000. It definitely seems like they're still supply constrained at this point, from my perspective.
I mean,
Okay, there was another question that you asked him, which I really liked, and I want to summarize. I don't remember the exact quote, but it was basically what would be somehow you asked him to describe a bull case scenario for Tesla, or what would he be wrong about, and I really appreciated that he actually has a position of what can happen, and he will be wrong if those things happen. Where he talked about inflationary numbers, right? Sorry, inflation, and excuse me, I'm sorry. He talked about the Fed rate, and he talked about the Fed rate cutting. That can also help drive the markets and will drive Tesla stock up as well. He also spoke about Elon. I forget the phrase that he used about getting people excited about the stock, or some way he mentioned something. And
He said 8-8.
yeah, is that what he said? But the whole point of what I'm trying to say is I like that he's able to actually give you what we would call a bull case for Tesla, right? So he's not just like Tesla sucks 24/7. He is realistic about how his 88 price target, I think that's what it is, why that would be wrong.
yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know if anybody else saw this post from Brian Basson. They've named a new head of the 4680 cell division, Bon Eggleston. Don't recognize the name. It's been a hot topic. Just wasn't sure if anybody knew who that was.
I guess nobody does.
He's probably really good at what he does.
Wes, Wes, machine.
Sorry, before did Omar say that Tesla is still supply constrained for vehicles? Or did I mishear?
For Cybertruck.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Machine, what'd you think about the data at the top? Wes, I gave Wes a word, but I think he's having an issue, and just for fun, just had an issue too. So I sent an invite to just for fun, see if that works. Wes, go ahead. Yeah, Wes having an issue. Machine, go ahead.
I mean, I guess I heard you say you know this source, that they're a legitimate source. So
I didn't say that. I said I've heard of them before.
you've heard of them. So I don't know anything about them. I have no idea where this data comes from. I don't know the methods. There's nothing I can say other than I'm reading numbers on the screen. So, like, if they're true, big if, then obviously there's not much uptake yet. And I don't know. I personally did not expect a huge uptake in take rate right away. I know some other people here were saying, subscriptions were going to double in a month or two. I being more realistic did not, but still that is pretty low uptake.
I'm pretty sure I was even lower than you
Yeah, I'm not
when
talking
we
about
went
you.
around, and yeah.
Talking about the whole Venus.
Well, I just want the record to reflect that I was even more conservative and realistic than you were.
Well, I think you've changed a lot in a year and a half, and I attribute most of your grounding to earth to me. I think it's me only, and me and Gordon Johnson apparently have helped you. I mean, Gordon's like the opposite, bizarro world. But yeah, so anyways, like my whole thesis from 2 years ago is a total failure, which was at the time that at least at minimum FSD beta take rate would go up and boost margins enough so that the margins would not crater. That was my fail-safe strategy for my terrible options trading. After properly selling the stock at the peak, was like, well, to think about this, instead of, because I didn't do enough options at the time to trust myself to short.
All right, no one cares about your options trading. Wes, go ahead.
So I was trying to find the data that Gordon pointed out, but I only see 2 screenshots. Is that all we have, or is there more?
That's all we have.
Oh, well, can anybody tell me like the company that produced it? Because I'd like to know.
Yeah, you can Google Yipit data.
Is the name of the company in the screenshot? Because I didn't see it. Maybe I didn't look hard enough. I just need the spelling of it so I can figure out where to look. Sorry to be pedantic. I'm just trying to find this actual data.
The name is in the slides, and there's a footnote.
Okay,
you can read that as well. I thought you did all that already. I guess not. Free Flexity, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm looking at their sources and everything right now. So I am trying to get the actual file itself. Actually reached out to the OP as well, but the simple thing is that from 2 charts we don't know anything about the data. So it may not be reliable. It may be reliable, but once we get the file, and we probably won't get it till next week at least.
Omar.
I have a hard time believing that the removal of the NAG won't materially increase the number of subscriptions. I think that is probably the single biggest factor that could actually improve conversions near term. So I'm interested to hear from Tesla what the data is. When we had our last earnings call, the free trials hadn't started ending yet. So by the next call, hopefully they can give us some data. If us anything, then it probably is actually 2%.
I don't think it's 2%. I think 2% is too low. And there's definitely some people who will subscribe with 12.4, 12.5, etc. They might be waiting for those updates. There are people who have other vehicles that still haven't gotten the FSD update. So it's not 2%. It's just, I think it's an indication that it's lower than people think. I think that's what we really can say with this. Is the machine talking?
No, my car's on mute.
Omar?
Yeah, I think even 2% of 2 million is like 40,000 people. So a small number of percent is quite a few users. The other thing that's interesting, if you look at the screenshots, is it does seem like conversions are trending up. So that kind of supports the theory that it's really just a little too early. Not everyone had received the trial. Not every trial has ended. People need time to activate it after it expires. And if you just kind of look at the first derivative there, the way it's trending, it does suggest that you would probably see more conversions in the coming days after this snapshot ended.
Machine.
I'm sorry, are we looking at the same graph? Isn't it flatlining over time?
No, you're looking at the different part of the graph. He's talking about the line at the bottom. If you look at the
I see.
conversion
Okay.
rate, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Do you know how to look at graphs?
Well, listen, I'm driving right now. I'm literally driving. And if you are trying to suggest to me, a person who does not have hardware 3 or FSD, to start staring at small graphs on my phone while I'm driving on 280, I think you just want to try to kill me. And I'm not going to let you do that.
I'm on I-5, not 280, don't worry. And I got tack on.
Your biggest worry on I-5 is passing that cow plant, the horrendous smell.
I have bioweapon defense mode, don't worry.
Machine?
Well, I was just going to make fun of Omar, which is something I know I don't normally do, about him pivoting to, it's going now it's going to be the nag removal that's going to do it. You know, it's always, if it's not one thing, you move on to the next. If it's not the free month subscription, then it's going to be the nag. If it's not that, it's Model Y demand is going to boost from the EV rebate. Well, that if it didn't do that, well, when it becomes point of sale, then there's going to be a big demand boost. I mean, every week there's a new point that gets, thrown into the trash. And I'm just wondering, when is he going to reset his perma-optimism standpoint?
First off, I've been dreaming of the day they remove the nag for years. I've always said this is going to be huge. I think the release of 12 and other things were huge too, but honestly, the nag removal could be bigger than the release of 12. So I think just look at the graph. You can see people start signing up for FSD 12 days into the trial. They didn't even wait for the trial to be half over, okay? Maybe 50% of people didn't even try it. Maybe it's a small number of people, but there are some people in there who are going, wow, this is incredible. I'm subscribing. And you see people start subscribing and continue subscribing through the period. Obviously, it's not like some 50% conversion rate like we want. But if, let's say this is true and the conversion rate's 2% or 1%, people just don't want it. They just don't like it. That doesn't really change anything. Keep developing it. Keep making it better. Keep pushing forward. We've planted this in their mind. Thousands of new people have subscribed. And they know now that they can subscribe for $99 and get this. And many of them will. When they go on a road trip, when they want to try Smart Summon, when a new update comes out, they know how to do it. They know what it is. And I think more and more people will.
Sid.
Yeah, I was curious if if the nag removal will also include the eye monitoring, because that's
No, the eye monitoring stays.
It
Eye
will stay
monitoring
for
stays. Yeah, and you will still
Okay.
get a strike. Is my understanding based on what Omar said yesterday in the space.
Okay.
Just for fun.
I was just going to say something that a while back, basically on Habib's point about Gordon, presenting a bull case or seeing the bull case. I kind of disagree a bit on that, because I think sure he can occasionally help us see some points we hadn't thought about, but I think he's, at least in that case, pretty disingenuous overall. Like, he basically, gave one macro factor that could increase Tesla's valuation, and then the second was like saying that Musk is a good salesperson, and he really gives no credence at all to the chance that FSD, AI, any of this stuff could work out. And he just calls it all like hype and vaporware. It's facts that people are paying for FSD, that it's improving.
Yeah, so I really, sorry, I have to interrupt, because this is the inflammatory language that misleads people. You're misleading people just for fun. Okay? And here's how you're misleading people. As Omar mentioned earlier, he clarified what he means by vaporware. He believes that the way the software hardware is today is not going to get to full self-driving. So as ADAS, he recognizes it is producing revenues and profits. And I think that distinction is important because what happens is you say that haphazardly, misrepresenting what he said. And then the hundreds of people, thousands of people in this space take it out based on what you said, because you're in the same camp as the thousands of people in here. And then it turns into a freaking vicious cycle of like just feeding on itself. So I have to nip it in the bud. And please come back when you have your facts right. Wes.
So I was on Yipit data. I didn't know that that was the name of the company. I was on their website, and under their press, under their all of the headings that I thought could possibly have this data, I don't see it. I found two other articles
Paid
that
service. It's a paid service. They're not going to post it on it for free for you to find. You have to pay them for the service.
yeah, they have lots of other data that's free. So I didn't know that it was paid. Thank you. So I would just like to see more facts about how that was gathered. That's all. But I'm going to leave it there.
What do you think is the take? What do you think is the conversion rate?
I would need to actually talk to people. So I would potentially do the same thing that this Yipit company is doing. I don't think that $99 is a huge ask of people. It's, you know, very similar to like somebody's Starbucks habits. I've said that before in this space. It doesn't fall under the category of like mad money or like pocket change, but it's kind of close. After a month of utilizing this service, I think people, if they drive every day, would potentially use it, but not everybody that owns a Tesla drives every day. So I would think that it's somewhere in the 10 to 30% range. That would be my guess. But it's a wide range, so it's not very useful.
Did you say 10 to 20?
Sorry, 10 to 30. The reason that I would go as high as 30 is because people that buy a Tesla, like $100 extra a month shouldn't be a huge killer for them. It shouldn't hurt that much. So I would think that, you know, seven out of 10 might say, no, that's cool, I can live without it after trying it for 30 days. But then a month goes by and they're stuck in traffic and they're going to hit that button and they will subscribe. And maybe it's not continuous or contiguous.
Doesn't basic autopilot already do that?
No, it doesn't. Not when you're in street level traffic.
No. Basic autopilot does stuck in traffic, stop and go, right, Omar?
On the highway, dude. So it's making turns for you in traffic. Like that's a big deal. I see what you're saying, though. I see where you're trying to go.
2% of people agree with you.
I mean, I think you can use autopilot, basic autopilot on city streets too, of course.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And I'm the one that's supposed to be
Sorry,
like,
I
you
said
don't have
turns.
the car, you don't know anything better.
Let's be clear. Turns. Okay, I know what the feature is.
You know, I think also $99 a month is a lot. Like, people get annoyed even over a $5 a month subscription or a $12 a month subscription. Like, that's always the most annoying thing when it's like, ah, shit, I forgot to cancel Disney Plus. Now I'm getting charged $7 for some Mickey Mouse videos I'm not going to watch, right? So $100 or $1,200 a year, a lot of people just straight up don't have $1,200. Like, they're broke.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the number of people who are signing up for Patreon. Literally 1% of people, the conversion rate of daily listeners to Patreon subscribers is 1 to 2%. Okay? And people spend 5 hours a day in this space. That's like full self-driving information. Self-driving information. Information self-driving. No, self-driving information, SDI. SDI, as machine knows, 5 hours a day, and people sign up 1 to 2% conversion rate.
Not to be confused by STI.
Exactly. SDI, like as a doctor.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And, you know, people would be using FSD maybe like half hour a day. But I'm just joking.
No one's calling my
Machine.
hand. All right, thank you.
Machine, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think Wes is, Wes, don't get upset at me. I know everyone's very sensitive in these spaces, but I think you're totally wrong about what people are willing to spend. I mean, the Tesla Model 3 base lease now is $300 a month. And if you want to get an FSD subscription, you're going to increase your total cost 25%. That's a lot of money for people. People get upset when Netflix raised their prices like $2 or $3 a month.
Exactly.
And to be frank, how much benefit is the average person getting from the fact that the car can do turns for you now versus just lane keeping? It's not, for most people who aren't like tech enthusiasts, it's just not that big of an added value. And so we're seeing that in the data, right? And there's a big difference between when this thing can actually fully drive you, where you don't have to pay attention, to you have to still kind of pay attention, and it's going to do slow turns. So we're seeing in the data, I mean, we can argue about this back and forth all the time, but the data is saying people aren't really going to pay that much for it. And we just need to recalibrate our expectations for how much money Tesla's going to make on this as an L2 system.
Exactly. All right, let's go to Wes Habib Highland.
Until I see how that data was collected, my prediction stands as 10 to 30%. There you go.
Okay. Habib.
So, even I think that just from my anecdotal experience in speaking with Tesla owners, getting them to convert to using FSD is going to be harder than getting them to leave their ICE and buy an EV in the first place. This FSD is just, even if it goes amazing, they get rid of the nags and it's autopilot on 8.8 and everything, it'll take you A to B and it'll shave you on the way there, whatever. I still don't think the take rate is going to exponentially increase right away.
Machine, the Ranger the dog points out that you can't do math, which we already knew, but Ranger also gives an example. He says if the lease is $299 and FSD is $99, then it increases 33%, not 25%. So please stop lying in my space.
That's correct. Yeah. Well, I apologize. I was thinking out loud as I'm driving. I'm like, oh, I guess it's 33, but I don't know. I screwed up.
Okay, well, we'll pass it for this
Cornell
round.
education. That's not Wharton trained. That's not MIT trained. Okay, it happens. It's okay.
It happens. Okay, Highland.
Hey, thanks, guys. So this has actually wandered into an area I've got a lot of expertise in. I ran growth and marketing for a messaging app that had north of 60 million monthly active users for about 5 years. And we were constantly running conversion campaigns to try to sign up users and trying to sell value-added services to them. And 2% is actually phenomenal. When you're talking about $100 a month recurring subscription, I mean, understanding obviously these are highly qualified customers in the sense that they are of a demographic that could already afford a Tesla and all that kind of stuff. But out of the blue, being presented with something that is going to sign you up for $100 a month, 2% conversion is amazing. I mean, we're all really deep in it. We love this stuff. We're like, oh my God, once everyone tries it, they're going to want to use it. But from like rest of the world, growth hacking, conversion funnels sort of perspective, anything north of 1% coming out the bottom of your conversion funnel is fantastic. And on a paid subscription conversion, it's crazy. But I mean, Elon would know all this. He's part of the PayPal mafia that originally pioneered a lot of these growth hacking techniques. And you have to assume it's not a one-time deal. Like, oh, everyone tries it and the whole world's going to flip over and convert to it. I was part of launches of products where, you know, they were $10 a month and the engineers thought, well, everyone's going to try it and they'll all want it, or 50% of them will want it. But the reality was you have to have structured campaigns, prompts, nags, reminders, you know, sales effort, marketing effort that sort of converts those people over time. And if you can get 1 or 2% a month ongoing, that's even out of this world. So yeah, just expectation setting on that one. And if it is 2%, I think that's phenomenal.
Inflexity.
Yeah, so the $100 subscription that Wes was talking about, that it shouldn't have a lot of impact on people. So in 2024, a company called Hedge and Ink something, They are a marketing firm. They basically analyzed 15,000 Teslas sold between 2020 and 2024, and they found that the average Tesla owner makes over 130K a year. Yeah, they have a household
When
income.
was this?
What?
When was this study?
2024, starting of 2024. I'm just reading it on Business Insider. So they have typical household income is over 100K a year for 150K a year. Yeah. Model X has 160K. Yeah. So it's not like Tesla owners are really below, are really lower middle class. They are mostly upper middle class at this point.
Well, here's one thing I think we should consider is that we're probably looking at new vehicle sales, right? So new ownership. And a lot of Teslas today in the fleets are used ownership, like people who bought in the used market. There's also that too, And that I bet you that income figure is coming down over time as well. I mean, it's good that it's beginning of this year, but it's probably lower today than it was before. And even if you're making $100,000, $100 a month is a big expense, especially if the software is not complete. I think, and here's what I was kind of thinking this morning, Omar, because obviously there's a huge gap between what Omar and many of us here appreciate about FSD versus people outside of the space and the general public. And I think the reason is because we understand how the software works. Okay, we understand its positives and negatives and its shortcomings and its potential. And most people don't. Like, they don't spend the time to appreciate all that. And that deeper understanding, I think, allows, for example, if the software, if FSD slows down a little bit, we know it's probably because maybe it thought that there's a couple percent chance of there's something in front of it, and it slowed down for a couple of frames to make sure there isn't, and that increases actually the safety. But people outside of the space interpret that same thing as, why the hell is it slowing down? This is unpredictable. So I think what's really going to make the difference is as people understand how the software works, or, as Machine put out, said, at this level 4, like robotaxis. I think let me put it this way, the only way people can change their mind about FSD onto robotaxis if they truly appreciate it and see how it works, understand how it works. Let's go to Wes.
Yeah, so I did a similar set of studies when I was in Xbox, and we were launching a new version of Gold Pass and also Game Pass. I don't know if people know what those are, but they're both subscription services to games on Xbox. And these potential targets, demographic-wise, were already excited customers, already consumers of the console, and they all had high earnings. And we could see that they already did some amount of purchases, so we targeted those users first. And in targeting those users, gave them, deals and whatnot, but we saw a very high conversion rate. Obviously, that's like the easiest part of the funnel to go after. And as we marched down, the rest of the set of the customers, the conversion rate fell, obviously. But what we saw is that when people liked the games and provided feedback like FSD when it was good enough, they just stayed on as customers. So we realized that even though the initial conversion rate was fairly high for these excited, users that were already paying and had the means to afford it, we also knew that there was going to be a drop-off. I think with Tesla and the things that you pointed out, totally correct. That's why I think that dynamic range is so high. But, on a 2%, that's more like cold calling. That's more like, you have no idea who you're, talking to really. You're just trying to get them excited about your product. That's a different story. The other side of the funnel is they've already bought your product. They're already high earners. They already have disposable income, things like that. So that makes the conversion rate higher. But I think overall we're going to see this go up over time because the software is just going to keep getting better. So I feel that hopefully Tesla will actually say what it is, and it'll become material on their earnings, and then we can all have a good laugh about it.
Good. Machine, before I go to you, I just want to kind of give a preamble that somebody in the audience texted me and said, finally, someone was able to say they screwed up. So I think they're referring to you.
Someone was able to say they screwed up?
Yeah.
Me? Yeah, I screwed up. I admit it. Right, I admit it. I'm not above that. Anyways, I'm not going to rant. Keep this efficient. But these are all good points. I would just say on the how much people are making aspect, you have to kind of weight everything by where people live. And the fact of the matter is that Tesla owners tend to live in the highest cost of living areas, especially California, where $130,000 doesn't go as far as people think. And you have things such as the Bay Area where your people's monthly electricity bill has gone up over $100 a month in the last 2 years, which is more than covered what people would have spent on the software. So all these are just kind of like not limiting factors to the growth overall, but just to the growth rate. I agree with Wes over time as the technology improves, and I don't know if the costs will have to change or fluctuate some, but the take rate will go up. It's just going to take more time. It's not going to be doubling in 1 year.
Thank you, Machine. Sid.
Yeah, so I have one comment and two questions. The comment is similar to Yemen, what you were saying about the acknowledgement of the progress is not as much known to many people. Even people like my friends, they have Tesla and they have full self-driving purchase, but they don't use it because of the apprehension of the car doing something wrong, and they're not so much interested in the technology. That's causing a lot of people to not actually even use it, even if they've bought it, number one. And for the question part of it, the two that leads into the fact that one is is it even worthwhile talking about the take rate when the software is not there yet? I mean, isn't it like, we all know that until the software
the only reason we're talking about this right now is more of a post-mortem analysis. As a group, I just want people to realize that so far, I mean, I don't know if this data is 100% correct or what have you, but I think the numbers are coming in way below what most people in the space expected. I think we should analyze, think about, ponder why that is, why that is, and we should kind of apply those learnings going forward as a group.
Okay, then the second question I have is that, has there been any study or has Tesla released anything about a daily subscription, which might be much more affordable and more useful if the whole month is not being used for the whole $99?
Okay, Omar?
I think there's definitely opportunities to tweak the business model and try and drive adoption further. So that's definitely going to happen to some extent. But, I think this is just really new technology for most people. It's very different. It's an even bigger switch than going from ICE to EV, to go from, driving to sometimes letting software drive for you. So just like with computers and with phones, there's not everyone's a tech early adopter. It's going to take time for people to get familiar with the technology, start liking it, and start using it. So maybe, expecting 50% conversion isn't realistic. I mean, there's a lot of Hertz cars in there. There's a lot of people who are maybe tech phobic or just didn't even turn it on, right? Because they didn't even know about it. Or, it's a LA Department of Water power car or something like that, So there's a lot of different situations, but I think they're going to keep pushing forward and get to probably 1 million users within, maybe the end of the year or something, especially with the nag removal and Smart Summit and some of these features. So I'm still taking the data with a grain of salt, but as we discuss it, I may be realizing that there are many factors that we didn't consider and that it may be much closer to 2% than we'd like.
Perfect. David Katz, that machine.
Thanks. Machine was right. You know, a family of four in the Pacific Northwest, $98,000 was considered an average income, low six figures for San Francisco. I think it may have been pointed out that 20 to 30% of the people are just getting it with their latest update for the lagging people that needed the new software and this version. So we still have some new people to test it. And thirdly, I'm in sales. I'm fortunate that I don't have to lower my price a lot, but people have seen Elon lower prices on cars. He had to keep things running. They've seen it. He was smart to do this trial and find out that people wanted a cheaper price for FSD, and he lowered it. But there's people holding out thinking it's going to go down again. And some of those stragglers are not adopting, thinking more is coming. Just my thoughts.
Thank you. We have quite a few hands, so let's keep it tight. Machine.
Yeah, I saw this comment brought up, and I thought about it before too, which is if we presume now going forward, most people are taking the subscription, buying it outright. I don't know, it's an assumption. Then when they lower the subscription rate, basically all the people before that are going to get a lower subscription rate than they had before. And so if you go up, let's say they cut the price now and there's 2% more people, they're actually making less money on this than they were before from subscriptions.
Right.
Right. And it's going to take
Exactly.
a long time to even get back. So this whole idea, which I also was thinking, is that this is going to boost margins, would not be correct. It would actually hurt margins. I don't know how much.
Yeah,
right? And
it's not going to be much because there aren't that many people that were subscribing to it before the free trial. So I think let's assume, so let's see, even if it gets to, let's say 600,000 people paying $99 a month for 3 months, you're looking at $178 million, and that needs to be tax affected. So drop that by 25%. You're looking at $100 million or so for the next quarter or two. And then maybe next, if the software gets really good and feature complete, it reverses, and the nags are gone, and the eye monitoring is not super sensitive. By next year, I think it's going to start being material. And that, let's define that as kind of like $1 billion to $2 billion to the bottom line. But then the real opportunity is really going to come, I think, from developing FSD, how that helps develop Optimus. I think that's where the real opportunity is, as Machine pointed out, as early as more than a year ago. Okay. So to the extent that you think Machine is being bearish and all that stuff, he's actually ahead on these things. Habib.
Yes. First of all, I want to make it very clear. I am not in the camp of thinking there's a significant turnover rate of FSD subscriptions from the free trial. And you just said exactly what I was going to say. And I know you hate when statements are reiterated or repeated, but I have to repeat it because I need it to be recorded that I was thinking the same thing. And the thing with FSD is that as we sit here and we enjoy it because we're into the technology and understanding how it works, and I love it, and I love spending my money on my one car monthly, and I paid too much money for it on my other car at the time of purchase. The reality is, though, as of right now, FSD is not needed by the majority of people. People don't need FSD. A majority of people do not need it right now. And if you do not need it, they're not going to spend money for it. And if you want to get someone to spend money, part ways with their hard-earned money, then it's got to be perfect. It's got to be perfect. It's got to be 8.8 level, August 8th level, robotaxi level. Then someone's going to be like, oh yeah, let me just dole out $100. But like I said, going around and asking all these people, majority of people, what do they tell you? They always say, I love driving my Tesla. It's so much fun to drive. Omar has his hand up. I see your hand. 1 second, Omar. He's driving his Cybertruck himself right now. He's not even in his autopilot car taking this journey up the West Coast or wherever he's going right now to make a YouTube video because we love driving the vehicle. So until it's a need, then people will get into it. And it's not a need right now for the mass market.
Omar, Inflexity, and Florian.
Yeah, I do think there's a point to what Habib is saying, specifically that we live in a post-COVID world now. And many people just do not drive as much as they used to. They don't go downtown to the office. Many more people work from home. If you're only driving 5 miles to the grocery store twice a week, what the hell are you paying $100 a month for? Like, you're that lazy? You know, unless you just really think it's cool or whatever. So there really has to be that frustration with commuting or road tripping or something like that to really drive conversion. There has to be a need for the end user.
Inflexity.
Yeah, so I just wanted to cover Machine's point. So he was saying that now that the price is low, that we'll actually see lower revenues, and that actually might be the case for this year. So the basic thing is that the average age of the Tesla user is above 50. So like 50% of Tesla owners are over 50 years old, according to the survey. So after that, it comes that a technology like FSD will have an elastic demand curve. So we will definitely see a drop in total revenues for the next 12 months from FSD. So like from a business standpoint, it's not a good idea, but they're trying to raise awareness about and they're trying to put it out there so that maybe more people will access it, but they'll definitely not benefit financially.
Okay, I mean, that's a forecast, right? Like, you know, it is possible that this software is going to become extremely good by year end. And it is possible that the economy will maybe look a little better. Who knows? That's not my base forecast. But so let's just kind of, that is a forecast. It's not going to be material, but I don't know if it's going to be year over year lower. Because, like, for example, you also have Cybertruck folks essentially paying for FSD every single delivery. So there's also that. Omar?
Yeah, I do think there's a chance we could see FSD revenue ending up being higher. I do think that the number of purchasers, really the majority of FSD customers, and subscription is smaller by comparison. I'm basing that off the disclosures, which have stayed pretty consistent around 400,000. And you can see that sort of pre and post subscription. So I'm guessing that probably the majority of purchased in full and subscriptions is probably a minority. So there will be some reduction in subscription revenue, but there's also going to be new subscriptions and there's also going to be new purchasers in full. And it's very easy to drive growth in that because the level of sales was very low before. So I remain optimistic on that. I think there's a good chance we could see revenue grow, especially if you see any international introductions in Europe and China. That'll spur sales in a way that I think could lead to revenue growth. But ultimately, Elon said in a tweet the other day, our limiting factor is no longer training compute, it's validation and interventions. So even if they have to, let's say, cut revenue 50%, if they can get more users, if they can set up a pricing environment which is conducive to users signing up as it improves, that's a move that has to be made, sort of peel off the Band-Aid, even if you do take a hit in subscription revenue short term, assuming there's a low conversion rate.
Florian. Florian, you have to unmute yourself for us to hear you.
Sorry, what did you say, Jamal?
Did you have anything to add?
Well, we are running a business with 5,000 Teslas, and we already have a conversion rate of 35% on FSD, and we are running this business in Europe. So our FSD is actually autopilot, and it's not as good as what everybody is driving in the US right now. So I'm actually pretty positive about this conversion rates.
Omar?
I did some quick math, and I think with a global conversion rate of 1.5 to 3%, keyword global conversion rate of the entire 6 million cars, you could double FSD revenue. So Goldman estimates it's about 1.5 billion to 3 billion. You would need about 1.5 to 3% of the global fleet to buy FSD to double revenue, essentially.
Okay. Florian, can you elaborate on the 35% figure, please? What's the numerator? What's the denominator? Are these 35% people who rent your cars or lease your cars?
So we have a fleet of almost 5,000 cars, and they lease our cars for average 50 months. Average lease price is around 1,000 euros a month. And we offer FSD for average 70 euros a month on top of that. So we have a conversion rate of 35%. And with FSD rising in pricing how do you call it? At first it was only 3,000 euro, and then it stepped up to 4,000 and 5,000 and 6,000. Right now it's 7,000 euro. With every 1,000 euros going up in price, actually our conversion rate went up because we had like a closing moment, a deadline.
Okay. So let me ask you a couple of questions. Thank you very much for coming up and sharing all that data. I want to dig into it a little bit. Okay. So you said 70 euros per month, right?
Right.
So what does a car that have that option on versus that hasn't, that does not, able to do? So if I come to your place and I pay the thousand euros a month and I don't opt for that $20 extra, what am I able to do? Or what can't I do?
Well, compared to the normal autopilot, you mean?
No, just literally I come to your shop and there's one car that's $1,000, 1,000 euros a month. And then the second car is 1,070 euros a month. What's the difference between the capability of those two cars at your shop?
Well, the difference is that they are able to drive with Autopilot Plus. So I call it FSD, but it's exactly.
Okay, but see, that's why I'm trying to avoid using the names because the names are different there and here. So I want you to tell me what the car's capability is.
Yeah, so the capabilities of the software are skewed by regulation. So they are able to do a little bit more than normal enhanced autopilot. So the only thing they can do is change lanes on the highways, and they can stop for flashlights. How do you call them? So it actually sees the green or red light, and it stops for the green or red light, and it actually accelerates. And that's it. That's the only thing it can do.
Okay, so if I come to your shop and get the 1,000 euros a month, and I don't opt for that software, does my car have cruise control, lane keep?
Yes.
Okay, so people are paying 70. So you're saying 35% of your customers are paying 70 euros a month to change lanes?
Yes.
Interesting.
And that's not because they thought it was only changing lanes, because after they paid, of course, the regulator skewed it, but it's because people think that it's going to get better, and that they eventually during their 5-year lease payment will actually see some improvement in the software. So that was the promise that we delivered there.
Do they have traffic light and stop sign control?
Yes.
Okay. Can you send me a link to your website that discusses all this? Just kind of like the customer-facing website. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, it's in Dutch though, but I will send it to you.
Yeah, that's okay. I can't figure out the translation. Thank you. You can just mention it to me.
Yeah.
All right, X-Man Live, Nick, and then Habib.
Okay, so my question to everybody is, I'm thinking, or I'm curious if y'all think that as the insurance starts to subsidize the price of FSD, in other words, you're getting cheaper rates based on your FSD mileage, and that's kind of going on now with the Tesla insurance. But at some point, it'll start to truly offset the cost to where at least it doesn't feel like you're paying $99 because you're saving $60 because you're a poor driver. So, and that's the case for some people already. Some people score it like an 85 on their stuff, but with FSD they can get closer to a 98, and they can actually save that money. So just thoughts there, if I can get feedback on that.
Did you catch that?
Yeah, he basically is saying,
Your name is Omar.
Oh, okay. You're talking to me. Yeah. I mean, they've started doing this with Tesla insurance. They give you a better safety score if you're on autopilot, and then if you have a better safety score, they lower your rates. So I'm not sure how much they're lowering your rates, but presumably as it drives the accident rate lower, you should pay less and less for using it.
So if you slip into the 80s, it could cost you $100 versus if you're in a 98 or 99, that could be $100 cheaper. It could be $100 swing in between like 85 as a safety score versus 98 as a safety score, to kind of give you an idea.
Well, then it could pay for itself.
Correct. If you're a poor driver on Tesla insurance, it has that much swing. Yes.
If you suck at driving, FSD pays for itself. That should be the new tagline.
I think it should be more advertised, especially in the areas that Tesla insurance is offered. We know the other day with the interview where they were trying to, Geico was trying to, price it in. They're not there yet, but Tesla insurance is trying to be there with their partnerships.
Somebody from Yipit Data just viewed my LinkedIn profile. Anyway.
Invite them on.
And if he's here, he's welcome to come up and answer some questions. Nick?
I wanted to make a quick statement and then lead into the question with that. But to Habib's point earlier, my Tesla is the funnest vehicle to drive. So when we talk about full self-driving, I don't want to say I'm not interested because I think it's the future, but I'm really using autopilot on the highway. Like highway driving is where I really use this technology. So, I think money is being left on the table right now by, removing the enhanced autopilot. I would pay if there was some middle tier, but I know it's gone now. I think a lot of people out there wanted that auto lane change. So, spending $8,000 for that feels a little rich, but to go back to changing people's behaviors, my suggestion or question would be similar to some of these new streaming apps. When Apple started Apple TV Plus, they didn't really have a lot, but they gave you a year of it free. I said, I'm never subscribing to this. If they would have given me a month free, I would not have subscribed. I used it though over the course of a year, and I started subscribing afterwards. My question is, this costs nothing for Tesla right now, and it's not, full self-driving isn't fully autonomous like they want, but why don't they give this away for free with new vehicle purchases for, let's say, a year? People get to use it, become comfortable with it, and then after a year of using it, I really feel like that could get people to have a higher sticky rate for subscribing. What are your thoughts on that potentially with new vehicle purchases, giving that away and to truly change consumer behavior? since they're going to be using it for a year.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my view on this, I've said many times, price is not the limiting factor here. It is the fact that the software is not complete. It's very good. It increases your safety if you're, as you supervise this. I enjoyed personally a lot, like 99% of my miles in the Tesla are on FSD. And I feel safer, but I think it's because I listened to Omar and many others in this space about how it works, why it makes the decisions that it does. And that deeper understanding, it allows me to feel safer. But I can see how an average user just, doesn't like it at this point. And that's okay. The software is moving in the right direction. So as long as that's true, even if you give it for free, I don't think people are gonna. I don't think it's gonna make much of a difference. And that's exactly what I said before the free trial. People said we should do a free trial. Elon said we're gonna have a free trial when the software is good. And the fact is, it's just we're getting the results. Actually, I mean these results. If this 2% is correct, okay, and I highly doubt. I agree with him. I don't think it's as low as it shows, but it's probably gonna be like a few percent, probably less than 10% for a while. And my expectation was more like 10 to 20%. So it's below even my expectation. So that just goes to show that people, it needs to be perfect, as Habib said. And then the other thing is, Nick, you can't, if you give it away for free for a year, you're kind of you're anchoring people to that price. I think it was a mistake to drop it to $99 a month, honestly, because now it's going to be even harder to increase price. So yeah, Nick, one of the rules in this space is to just stay on mute when you're not talking. And I know you have things to say. I know you're very passionate about things that you have to say. But you have to stick with the rules. Go ahead.
Apologies, I'm learning the rules. So I guess my follow up to that would be, full self driving. I honestly feel right now, and I'm trying. When I was using the trial, I feel like I have to focus more when full self driving is taking place versus, let's say, like basic autopilot on the highway. So I guess my thought was not just give it to everybody for free for a year, but with a brand new vehicle purchase. Let's say people are spending $50,000 on a vehicle. If you give it away for free right when they purchase, that could really, get them stuck in a habit of using it, which then after a year, I feel is like, okay, I need this now because I'm used to it. And I agree. Trying it for a month was
the thing is, if you actually do the work and analyze the data that Tesla shared already, like if you look at the miles cumulative miles FSD has collected, and this has been true, that this has been obvious and apparent for last year, ever since Tesla started sharing this data. Okay. The fact is, even the people who purchase it upfront, meaning they have no incremental cost if they use it, they don't use it. Okay. Most people use it for a couple miles a day on average. That tells you everything you need to know. The software needs to be perfect. Miss Jillian does great work in her live drives. Go listen to what she says, watch the videos that she posts. And she used to be an extreme skeptic, all right, of FSD. And but she's come around. She's liking it more. She's using it more. She's creating content with it. And her position right now is that you get a safety critical disengagement every few rides. So it's not as bad as every ride you get a safety critical disengagement, but it's also not as good as you don't get a safety critical disengagement for a month. And that's really where it needs to be before we're going to see a material take rate increase above, let's say, 20%. That it becomes material for the bottom line of the Tesla's financials. Michael.
Yeah, just on the previous discussion.
Can you guys hear Michael? Lincoln,
Yes, sir.
you posted an SEC link.
Yeah.
What is it?
I don't know. The email I just got from Tesla, and it's about the post from Alexandra, Tesla Boom Mama, on the instructions on how to vote and what to do afterwards. I don't understand why Tesla like files these. What's the point of these?
I mean, they're trying to get as many people as possible to vote, and kind of all of the other approach, I guess. Nicholas,
Yeah, hey guys. Just on the question of the pricing on a per month and that being too much friction, I kind of agree with that for initial take, but what are your thoughts on a per mile pricing where something like 35 cents a mile, and if you did that, average 1,200 miles a month, what people drive, $100 is a no-brainer. It's way cheaper. But as an entry point, what are you guys' thoughts on that?
per mile pricing. What are the thoughts on that?
Exactly, just like a supercharger. I just
Yeah,
go in, I plug in.
per mile pricing discourages using, like it actually disincentivizes using the software, which I don't think that's a good approach. Per month is great. The software just needs to work, and then you're fine.
Can you elaborate on why it discourages?
I mean, it kind of like
Because the more you use it, the more you pay.
Exactly. Thanks so much.
$9.99 a day might be a good middle ground.
But that's kind of my point is if you do per day or per mile, you're like, oh, I like this, then I up to the monthly subscription, which is more cost effective. And then you could have an annual.
Inflexibility.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that if you do introduce a per mile pricing, what the problem essentially is that even if it's on a trial basis, you're discouraging usage during the trial basis as well. It's much better to have 1 week trials, or like Elon was saying, that you take them out on a drive when they take delivery of the Tesla. So that is much better rather than having them buy 20 miles of FSD.
Humanities, patriots.
Yeah, sorry about that. I actually had a question for the gentleman from Europe, but I think he may have dropped. But what I was curious about was if he knew his household income on average for his customers.
Okay, he's in the audience. I'll bring him up. Thank you. X-Men.
So the other thing to think about is that the take rate in my mind doesn't need to go up necessarily until we're starting to use it commercially. And I think the same thing applies to the insurance thing I raised. Once people can make money off this or save money, either way, that's what's going to trigger the take rate, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. Nicholas.
Yeah, just last point on the per miles, and I'll drop this. I'm not saying you pay for 20 miles. I'm just saying you use it, you press down, boom, you're using it. It charges you automatically. It's no different than in AWS where you have spot instances and are more expensive. If you need more, you get a pay plan. It's pretty standard software way of charging when it comes to metering.
Yeah, I mean, I recommend you to listen to Uber's quarterly earnings calls. I think you'll take away a lot. Uber's quarterly earnings calls, they talk about how Uber One membership, like this monthly plan they have, gets people to use the services more. So I think they're realizing that too.
Okay,
And
I've never done that. That's good advice.
Yeah, there's a lot of information on those calls. Florian, do you know the average income of your customers?
Yes, and that's trending down, obviously, because at first we only did Model S and Model X, and the leasing price was around 1,500, 1,600 euros a month. And right now we're actually offering leases at 500, 600 euros a month. We actually lease out Model 3s and Model Ys at the second term. So after 5 years, we actually release them. And because they are already depreciated, we're able to offer them at a lower price. So our average customer actually pays less. And in the beginning, the average customer had a household income of maybe 200,000. And I think right now it's below 100,000, so maybe even 70 or something.
Thank you. Humanity, does that answer your question?
It does, and that was my concern. I kind of anticipated there was probably a disparity in household income. $100,000 in the United States is not a lot of money. I know, you're paying taxes and retirement and all your other expenses. It's the $100 a month is substantial. So
Yeah, Habib.
Just real quickly, Florian, can you just explain what you do? You're reselling Tesla vehicles?
No, so I
No, he has a 5,000 fleet Tesla, and he leases them out for long-term leases.
Got it.
Habib, what's your next question? Okay, great. And Florian is looking for investment capital to grow that to 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 cars. So if you're interested in Florian's business model, you can reach out to him. And I don't get a cut from any of this stuff. So I think it's a good idea. Florian is very positive on FSD. And that's what he's really, structuring his business around. So he's buying FSD for all of these vehicles, as I understand, or maybe half of them. And he's kind of betting that FSD as a software will improve and will drive monthly lease payments higher, but he will have purchases up front. So he will benefit from that. That's his kind of business model. And he's come up here and talked about it over the last year or two, many times. So great resource, good data resource in Europe, good accounts. And you can follow Florian. He's at the top. Mr. Green is the name of the company, co-founder and CEO, building a Tesla FSD autonomous fleet of 5,000 with 50 million revenue a year. And says 15 years of EV experience, open for partnership, based in Netherlands. All right. Any other questions, comments? I mean, that's, Florian, that could be part of the reason why your take rate is higher too, because the whole service is around FSD. I'm sure it's on your marketing pages and stuff, right?
Yes, true. We actually are every time we have a client who is actually asking for a Tesla, we also upsell them their FSD. And even if they didn't buy it up front, then we still try to upsell them in those 5 years that they're a client of us. So we are very proactively trying to get them to FSD. So that works. And that definitely has a...
Okay, good. Maybe you should reach out. Maybe Tesla should reach out to you and see how they can upsell FSD. Nick.
I read a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, that they were supposed to start doing FSD trials or at least test drives when selling new vehicles. And I have to ask if anybody in here has purchased one recently and has gotten that trial. And the reason I ask is I just had a family member, in their 60s, just purchased one, and they had no idea what it was. So I'm sure it was end of quarter. Maybe they didn't get their free, test drive.
I think you can. Apparently, you can opt out of it now. Like Elon first said, you're required to test drive it at delivery, and then they I think switched it to you can opt out of it because I think it would take a lot of time.
But what Florian said, that it does make a good point. Actually, the reason he probably has this higher take rate is due to the education level of it. So I get we can't force people to do FSD, drives, but it kind of just clicked in my head when he said that high take rate. I really couldn't believe it, but I'm like, you all may be right, and it people may not know about this, and they just don't turn it on because they don't know what they don't know. So I do hope there's a way to do that where the customers don't feel like it's taking up too much time, but they also know what amazing technology is at
Okay,
their
I got you.
fingertips.
Thank you. All right, so just a reminder, I cannot accept protected accounts to the speaker board. If you're requesting to speak as a protected account, I can't accept you because I can't verify what you're about. So either come out of protected account or stop requesting to speak. Habib, machine, and then we're gonna focus on it's that simple.
Just wanted to share a quick experience. We got a Model Y last week for my mom, and at the time of delivery, they very in a non-awkward way made us take a test drive in a separate vehicle, not the one we purchased. The salesperson actually said, "I'm going to just show you some features in the car." My mom, dad, and I, we sat in the car, and he took us for a ride, and he then went into using FSD and talking about how FSD is used, and it wasn't cringy or anything like that. And it was maybe about 10-15 minutes total, and it was actually a pretty good experience. They did a pretty good job of it.
Machine.
First step is realizing you want to try to convince people to take these FSD tests. And then the next step is forcing people to take these FSD tests. And then the next step is forcing people to buy it when you buy the car. And then the next step is pure communism. And that's where we're headed on this road that you all want to take. I can see it in your eyes.
So we have a couple more hands, and it's that simple. Sorry, it's that simple. Mira, quickly, and then Ron, quickly.
I was just thinking if you can bundle FSD with insurance, once insurance rolls out everywhere, you offer a discount on insurance if you take the FSD and use it because it'll be a safety factor increase.
Okay, thank you. Ron. Okay, Ron's gone. It's that simple.
A question for Florian on the take rate. What is the take rate for your vehicles? And then B, on the people that do opt in, what's the usage rate in terms of miles used as a function of total miles driven? Thanks.
I think Florian might be sleeping. It's a little late over there.
Can
It
you?
might be midnight. Yeah.
I'm
Go ahead.
not.
Are you?
I've
You're
just.
not
I want
sleeping?
me to be able to speak.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, what was the question again?
So for your fleet, I just joined the conversation. It tells you have 5,000 Teslas. What is the percentage of those that do opt in to use full self-driving?
35%.
Okay. And then of those 35%, when they're actually opting in, what percentage of their total miles or kilometers driven are actually being on full self-driving? And are you charging them for full self-driving?
Yeah, so we don't know how many miles they're driving on FSD because that's data that Tesla has. But we charge them on a monthly basis, and we have actually two models. One is getting in for 45 euros and then paying more when the features are getting better, or paying 80 euros a month, and that's a flat rate for 5 years.
Sorry, just when you get the vehicles back, I thought the car can monitor what percentage of miles were on full self-drive as a function of time, or is that not correct?
I don't know. Is that true?
No, not unless you have Tesla insurance.
Yeah, we don't have Tesla insurance yet here in Europe.
Well, you can ask your members to go and sign up to this amazing
Insurance yet here in Europe.
Well, you can ask your members to go and sign up to this amazing tool that we have called FSD Tracker, and you can monitor them that way.
Yes, thanks. We know them. We have had contact with them, but we haven't got them uh, available for our clients yet. But good idea.
Idiot.
It's that simple.
Yeah, not to harp on this, but Florian, regarding the feedback you get, do you get any on it, or has the feedback been neutral, been pretty optimistic, happy? What's that look like qualitatively?
Yeah, well, everybody's bummed because it actually got worse because it was skewed by the regulators. So we are in hope that the regulators will change things as of end of this year, and then we'll be very happy because then we finally get some new features.
It's that simple. What's the latest on your? Are you buying more shares?
No, since we last spoke, I think was day before earnings. I added some then, and then we had that, in my view at least, a unneeded run up in the stock. I think due to pod shops driving price action. So I'll probably start dabbling again in the next few weeks, but I haven't bought since the day before earnings since we spoke.
Okay. What do you think of this Yipit? Have you ever used Yipit data before?
Haven't even heard of them. And I think someone mentioned, I joined earlier, that they sell to hedge funds, but I personally have not heard of them at all.
Okay. What do you think of this data points that the conversion rate might be 2%?
Sorry, which data point? I just started paying attention when I asked to come to speaker.
Okay, sure. I'll pin it up here again. This data was shared yesterday by Gordon Johnson in this space. And subsequently, this source posted screenshots, 2 screenshots of the detail around it. And all I know is what's shown on these screenshots. Okay. While you take a look at that data, maybe Omar can remind us, and I think Wes hasn't heard this either, Omar. Can you remind us how Yipit might be collecting this data?
They have an app in the App Store called Edison Mail with about 1 million users, and they import people and analyze it to do analytics about things. Offer features to customers like automatically unsubscribing, tracking all their email subscriptions in a nice clean list and letting them unsubscribe. These features require them to be email server side and analyze them. So essentially, they've got a free email app that's reading people's email, probably without them not being too aware of it. So, I was thinking maybe tech-savvy users are less likely to install something like that. Risks inherent in, and now they're pulling the data. If they're not using that, then they're probably using surveys.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you were cutting off a little bit, but I think we got the gist of it. It's that simple. What do you think of that data?
Just to understand the data better. So I see the footnote mentions that the trial conversion date represents the date when a customer subscribes to FSD. It does not correspond to the billing date for the subscription. Just to start there, so they're scraping email. So I assume someone will get an email from Tesla about a charge for FSD, and that's they then assume that person resubscribed. And they would also need to scrape a previous email about them subscribing to a free subscription. Or how's it even being derived? I don't comprehend that.
Yeah, I mean, all I know, like I said, is what you see on there. But for example, if what Omar said is if they're actually reading the emails, it could be something like Tesla sent them an email. And then maybe they saw that email coming first.
Yeah, and then they also saw an email that they then got confirmation for a receipt or payment.
Right, maybe something like that, exactly.
Yeah, I think the data is trash, is my view. I have no idea if it's right or, could be. I'm assuming it is true. Yeah, I mean, 2% is probably a bit low. I still think maybe you should be at 10%. maybe 15%. But I drove it a month ago, give or take, with a friend's vehicle, and it's good. It's great. It's amazing technology. But for the average consumer who has a lot of shit going on and they're driving around, I think until it becomes a net positive where they're truly hands off driving around, it's a incremental step change to their lifestyle. They can be on their phone, etc. I don't see it ticking up to, excessively high rates. So that is trash in my view. And then I think maybe they're at 10-15% on that number max.
Okay. And when you say hands off, so Tesla is about to take a step where they're going to get rid of the steering wheel nag, but it's still going to track your eyes. So you're still going to have to pay attention. You can't be on your phone. Do you think that will lead to a material increase in take rates?
Material being like 2x or like 5-10%?
2x.
No, I don't think so. I think the early adopters, I think, already on the technology, they have a Tesla. I think if you want to go more mass market mainstream, I think people really need to see it as if I wake up and go to work or I go to an end location or destination, I can put this on and not be too attentive and make my life easier. If I put it on and now there's a risk of it doing something bizarre where that risk was not present with me driving since my hands are on the wheel, I don't see it being too accretive to that experience.
Thank you. Habib.
From the Yipit website, it actually says that it uses over 20 services as a software database collections. It does use it uses email clients. It's what it says, clients, so it's probably more than just one. But it also says they also can monitor credit card transactions. So I think the data is more than just one email client.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of them before. I'm surprised that you haven't heard of it. It's that simple. But yeah, the data collection seems a bit more comprehensive than just reading a couple of emails. Omar?
We know this data is coming from emails and not credit card data because there would be no way to know when the free trial started and when they converted except through email receipts.
And so when was the free trial? When did the free trial end?
It's it depends on the user. And you can see on there too, there are different, like people are signing on the second graph, you can see people are signing on different dates.
Because it says earliest observed conversion date would be the 12th. So if the first, I don't know when it ended, but say it's in March, I guess I see it there. So you have to wait a whole billing cycle, I assume, for a credit card posting. Yeah, maybe not. Anyways.
Complexity.
Yeah, so that research probably is not consistent of credit card data because the credit card data firms that are actually tracking millions and billions of transactions every day, they usually have delay between the data that they are collecting and what firms can access for research. So it's usually between 1 to 2 months. So it's not possible that they got that data so early.
The website says 7 to 10 days. It's all on Yipit's website. You can read. They'll tell you everything about it. I even signed up for it. I'm waiting to hear back from them.
Yipit actually started using credit card data just a few months ago in 2022 or 2023. So anyways, they aren't specialized in collecting credit card data. They use third-party aggregators. So an example would be Attain Research. They are used by basically a lot of research firms on Wall Street. So what they do is that they collect credit card data continuously. They compile it into 1 month directories, and they usually post it at the end of the month or start of the month for particular firms. And if you order it, then they can maybe arrange it for you, but it doesn't work like that. You're getting credit card data every day.
Okay. I'll make a coffee bet with you that this data is accurate, plus or minus 1%.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah. Although coffee, you can't prove it, Habib, so it's not a good coffee bet. But I agree generally. It's the data. I think the converge is lower than people think. And I don't think this data is totally trash, but I think this is like several layers deeper we're already in than I think we could be on this data. Really, the takeaway is the conversion rate is going to take time to land. And I think everyone on the board probably agrees with that. Wes, go ahead, Habib.
Sorry about that. You know, I just been coming to spaces a long time. I'm sorry I didn't recognize Florian. I think what you're doing is pretty phenomenal. I'd love to read more about it and hear about it. But whenever, as the Tesla community, we see data that we don't like, right away, we're quick to say the data is garbage, the study is flawed, this is nonsense. In my professional career, or the way I operate is I want to know anything that is a bear case scenario against what I'm doing. I want to make sure 100% that this data is actually garbage. And that's the last thing I want to say. The first thing I want to say is, no, this data is 100% accurate. What did we do wrong, or how can we pivot from here? That's how I look at these things.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's really important to repeat again. By the way, you know, it's okay to repeat points once an hour if it's a major point, because the audience churns throughout the space. So people have different schedules, but they tend to kind of come in at the same time every day. Yesterday we had a Gordon Johnson space in here, and while he was talking, once a second or so, I was getting replies, DMs, mentions, text about how I'm stupid to have him on the board. And the fact is, we wouldn't have known about this data if it wasn't for him. Okay. And this space welcomes both bulls and bears. The only decision the audience have to make is if you want to listen to it or not. You can't change the topic. You can't change the speakers. You can only change your presence in the space. Wes.
So if I understand correctly, you have to download this Einstein app, which scrapes your email and pulls this data out. So somebody in tech and security, I would never allow that. So that completely excludes me from this data set. And I can't imagine that other tech savvy folks would do that either. Giving some random app access to your email, that's kind of crazy, in my opinion.
Yeah, I actually signed up for Edison Mail about 5 years back. I had no idea that they were doing this. But anyways, what the problem on iOS is that you have your Gmail client, you have your iCloud client, and if you have any other, any other not so mainstream data domain name, then you need a third app for that. And I, Edison actually fills that profile very correctly, and they literally advertise on that you can access any email client here. So I actually had no idea that they were scraping that data, but that's why I signed up, and that's why many people might sign up for it.
Habib, and then it's that simple.
Do any of you guys have we heard of Gmail? You don't think your data is being scraped on Gmail? Data, they have data on everybody from all different clients.
Wes, have you heard of this service called Gmail?
Yeah, so that was, I don't know who said that, but that's like predominantly incorrect. Like aggregated data does not used in any way, shape, or form other than presenting you aggregated ads. There's no PII that's being stripped out of Gmail. Like they do use it as a product, your data, but it's aggregated and it's local. So that's kind of crazy to hear that.
Habib, Wes called you crazy.
Okay, no, first of all, thank you, Wes, for clarifying that. I appreciate that. My point is that your data is being aggregated. Whether they're using to send you ads is one thing, or if they're using your data to see your shopping trends, it all depends whatever's in that long disclaimer that you agree to when you download these apps. So if you just go to Yipit's website and you see all the different sources that they're scraping data from, yes, from this one thing, what Omar said, that actually does make sense. They probably pulled this from emails because of the timings that they're showing on the x-axis. But they can pull data from many different sources, not just this one email client. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, Wes, then Omar.
This is very different than Gmail. So what I'm hearing is that you give this app permission to scrape your email. So if you're giving that permission, are you giving it in an aggregated way or in an individual, unique way? That's a main difference. So like Gmail doesn't do that. Google doesn't do that. But this app, if it's for a hedge fund and they're gathering this kind of data, I'm just surprised that anybody would do that. But I guess people just download stuff off the internet. Are you making money
Wes,
through
I
this
mean,
app?
the thing is like, you're obviously smarter and more intelligent, and your deductive reason skills, logical reason skills, just perfect. And I don't think your
That's not
opinion
cool,
is
man. I don't appreciate that. That's not cool. Yeah. Thanks, but no thanks.
Okay. Omar?
Well, I do think it's important that we're talking about this data and that we take it seriously. But at the same time, there are many ways you could mess this up very easily. There are a lot of things that you have to take into account. For example, are the Edison email users representative of the broader fleet? Wes is right that, Gmail analyzing your email to target ads is very different than some other company copying all your emails to their server. Now you have to worry about them leaking your personal information. And they're selling your information to hedge funds, essentially, to trade on. So it's a very different type of security hole. In one case, Google, a very respected company that is very good on security, has your email, just one company. And this one, it's, copying over to others. So I think there's a risk that the users who are most likely to buy FSD, which is the pro users, the early adopters, the techies, they may be underrepresented in the sample. So it could be that it's maybe 2% of ordinary people who use this app, but it may not be representative of the broader fleet, or it may. And then there's other factors to consider, like, for example, okay, did you look at people who already had a subscription? So people who already had a subscription got the trial. So did you exclude those people, even though, they had already subscribed in the past? Did you factor in people who purchased? They got a different email. I assume they must have done that. Did you look at, for example, people who bought a car with the referral program, they got a 3-month trial. So did you look at that? There's a lot of different things. They could be well-meaning and make a mistake. So it's a very interesting data point. Frankly, it's the only data point we have. So until I see more data, this is what we've got. But there's a lot of reasons to think they could have made a mistake just through their methodology.
Habib.
Yeah, Omar, I think you once again have explained that very well. And I think, Yaman, I think Wes was offended, but I don't think you were offending him. I think what you're about to say is actually
I
very
was
true.
exactly.
It was very true, and
I think it was a misinterpretation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I think he
But
thinks you're
that's
being
not my
sarcastic.
point. That's listen. I don't give a fuck if people want to come here or not, and I don't care who they are. Okay, this space will go on with or without anybody, even if it's 10 people, it will go on. And whoever wants to take offense to some stupid joke can go fuck themselves. Inflexity.
Yeah, so to the point that Habib was raising, there's a big difference in what Edison is doing. What Edison is trying to do is that they're tracking what you're opening and what you're interacting with on the app itself. So let's say that Omar receives an email from Tesla that his FSD trial is expiring and that he can click this link and he will redeem it. So Google doesn't track that whether you clicked the link or not. Google doesn't track that. That is for the site provider. But what Yipit is doing is that it is monitoring every single touch reaction and every single thing that you're touching on the email client itself, and they're trying to extract data from that. It's very different from what Google and Outlook are doing, which is feeding the text into AI models so that they serve you ads. They're not, storing that data for that. It's like the Robinhood situation where Ken Griffin was buying Robinhood data to see what he should trade.
It's that simple.
Yeah, I took a quick look at their website. So with just the email context, I still think the data is trash. Seeing their background now, I do think it holds more weight. But I will say any firm like them, the Quandals, the Eagle Alphas, who are giving hedge funds data, they always specifically detail the sample size, where it's coming from, the data, that sample, and really illustrate it with a high, level of confidence. So I just think this may be perfect. I don't know, but the post didn't really indicate that. So I think it's time will tell, just to be clear.
Okay, good. So it's that simple. You said earlier that the stocks increase was unjustified. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I don't want to say unjustified. I think long term the value is higher than it is today. But I meant in the sense of the news to me seemed very reactionary to just a lot of downside pressure pre earnings. I think it was oversold and the market wanted something to make a jump, and they jumped towards, I think, that news story where I think there's more of a fundamental story. And talking to some people on the street, a lot of actually some people, some pretty big pod shops, you can think the Citadel types of the world, they were actually pretty heavy buyers. And as you know, they determine sort of the marginal price. And because of that, I think the quants thereafter just drove it up higher. I could be totally wrong there, but that was sort of my assumption as to what happened. And it's seemed to be fairly true for the past week.
You just see this morning's macro news about inflation expectations and consumer sentiment.
I did not see inflation. I saw a brief on Bloomberg, something about, I think Michigan data came out on consumer confidence being fairly low, which I think I completely agree with for the past 6 months. I think that's actually more important than rates for Tesla's business right now.
Well, what makes it challenging is that it came in conjunction with inflation expectations rising from the same survey. So that means the Fed is not in a position right now to cut rates, even if the consumer sentiment declines even further, as long as those inflation expectations stay high. What do you think of that?
I mean, I think it depends. I think if consumers had the expectation of, financial distress in terms of relative state in the future, they may spend less. That should technically be deflationary, and therefore the data to the Fed should appear better. Therefore, they should be less, hawkish. But that'd be my stance. Where it's fine to be in conjunction today. I'd expect it to be in conjunction, right? If you think future prices are higher, you're not going to have confidence in spending today. But I think if that is proven true, people will pull back on spending, therefore actually maybe helping the macro state. That'd be my high level theoretical analysis.
What do you have to see in the next 3 to 6 months to increase your position in Tesla?
I think the margin profile is still really important for me on the gross margin level for the auto business. I know that's not the focal point, but I'd say that's for sure one key point, but probably still the utmost importance is the full self-driving. The metrics there, how they start outlaying that, and just understanding the timing of that as best as I can. I know I'm going to be wrong, but just understanding, is it potentially a 5 or 4 or 3 year thing because of the tail risk in that run of nines? I think that's the most important thing in the short term, I'd say. And then the next gen model as well, understanding the guidance on the not just the accelerated version where they seem to be sort of merging the full new gen platform with the existing platforms, but also the true next gen, understanding the unit economics there. If that looks super promising, then definitely happy to get a more concentrated position.
I mean, how likely do you think that the margin profile is going to increase in the next 3 to 6 months?
No, so I can almost guarantee it won't increase to a point where I'm very content with it. I just haven't had the time to do my deep dive on the long term, whether it's the lithium prices coming down obviously significantly, and understanding more so on the long term margin profile and how durable it is. When you go back to 2021 as to why Tesla hit that $1 trillion mark, people seem to think it was because of purely the low interest rates. It was. But it was also because they were posting plus 25% gross margins, and people thought they had a long-term durable moat on the tech side where if you forecasted out 20 million sales, 10 million sales, whatever the number is, at 25% margins, you didn't even need a tech business. You would have a $1 trillion business like that. So it's more so understanding what that looks like long term from the moat perspective and not short term at all, because it's not going to come up in the next 2 or 3 quarters.
Inflexity.
Yeah, so recently after the earnings call, the analysts that have actually posted their ratings or ratings updates other than Dynamics, obviously. So we had new firms, we had new analysts jumping in, and the main key part that they were highlighting in their ratings, overweight and underweight, was that they are looking at the Cybertruck ramp, obviously, for Austin right now. So after it hit 1,000, and Elon and team said it on the call, so they are looking at that metric right now as to how it scales throughout the year. The battery metric is no longer, in question as much, because they have clarified that it is dependent on the Cybertruck production. And what's left is that obviously we have August 8th, so we'll see action after that.
Okay. So you posted earlier something I want to read. This is from Morgan Stanley's Adam Jonas at the top of their screens. Adam Jonas in a new Tesla note says, "We recommend Tesla watchers keep June 13th highlighted on the calendar. We want to share some of our thoughts as we approach the event. As an issue of control, Tesla is the only firm within Elon Musk-related companies, the Muskonomy, where he does not have control or blocking minority vote. While each of Elon Musk's companies are in some way or another AI adjacent, he has expressed his concern and discomfort with moving Tesla further into the field of AI without having around 25% voting in the event this powerful technology goes on. Although the strategic sport, while an approval of the Tesla CEO 2018 pay package would not by itself give Elon Musk a 25% voting block, we view the outcome as significant. Volatility. From our investor discussions, we find that while some are aware of the June 13th shareholder meeting voting date, there's a surprisingly little amount of attention being paid to its significance to the performance of the stock. I agree. Tesla, an AI company or other company? In our opinion, Tesla's AI potential will remain capped unless and until the voting control issue is resolved. This is extremely problematic for Tesla investors for a number of reasons, including the inability to quantify the impact. But we want to be clear to our readers that as long as the issue of blocking minority remains in limbo, we expect Tesla's share price to be dominated by more sobering developments within the global EV industry. Omar, what do you think about all this?
I think you nailed it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of surprising how little people are paying attention to this. June 13.
How are you going to price in everything we're expecting with Tesla AI if the CEO says he's not comfortable growing the company into that space without control?
Pennington.
Yeah, that note touched me. The trend is your friend, but right now the trend has not been Tesla's friend. And on top of that, this 25% thing that Elon brought onto us earlier this year, it's just been like a noose around our neck. So it's kind of like until the data, any data, is supportive of Tesla, how can we actually expect the stock to reverse?
Complexity.
Yeah, so a lot of it drops down to the institutions that are voting yes or no. But like speaking from a some common sense perspective, it doesn't make sense for institutions like BlackRock, Vanguard to vote against Elon's pay package, because to them 55 billion in dilution, it doesn't matter. They voted for it before. They don't care if it happens right now. If there's nothing significant beneficial if it gets cancelled for them. But if they get in bad with Elon, we all know Elon holds grudges. Yeah, that's pretty clear to everyone. But if they're in bed with him across all his ventures. So BlackRock is one of the largest shareholders in SpaceX. Vanguard is in Neuralink, SpaceX. They're everywhere. They are partnering with him everywhere. I don't expect them to even think about going against him at Tesla.
Well, Omar, if you think that Elon is unlikely to lead, even if he loses the vote, then why is this material date for you?
Well, there's a perception among the shareholder base that this is a really important issue to decide. So if it goes through, it sort of checks off half of that problem. And that, I think, is material.
Pennington. I can't hear Pennington. Can you guys hear him? Okay. Inflexity.
Yeah, so the voting issue comes back to like Disney was the best example right now, just 1 month or 2 months ago. So when they leaked the news that they were going to win against Nelson, they were going to win the hostile takeover. So by default, many institutions they went for Disney. They started voting in favor of Bob Iger because even if, like, let's say that even if Elon isn't going to leave in any case, you don't want to have a fight with the person that is going to be running the company for the next 5 years. You want to maintain relationships with the company, and you want to be in a good position where you can trade favors, like you can influence their votes. You don't want there to be friction between an investor who is holding 5% and the person who is running the company.
I was wondering if there's any viewpoint on, even if we take an optimistic viewpoint of Elon sticking with Tesla despite the votes, what's the thought on whether he will still pursue major projects like Optimus, not the brain development of it, which may be outside of Tesla, as he has indicated in the earnings call that he's not comfortable unless he has 25% plus. But is it even possibility that the development of the AI happens outside of Tesla, but Optimus and other AI projects continue, even though the governance is outside of Tesla? Has there been any thought on that?
I mean, he said that before, but I don't know how you take data from Tesla.
I think he's concerned about the governance around the AI development, but using that model to develop or to actually sell Optimus is a different compared to the governance aspect of it, right? I don't know if anybody has any thought on that. I'm trying to see the negative impact of, even if it gets voted against is there still a possibility for Optimus to see the light in Tesla?
Omar?
Optimus is not going anywhere. So it doesn't really have anything to do with this vote.
He actually mentioned in the earnings call about Optimus if he doesn't have 25% voting rights control.
No. They asked him if he left the company, would the company be okay or something like that. He said, yeah, I think FSD probably is on track. Optimus maybe wouldn't go so well. But, Optimus is owned by Tesla, not by Elon. If we, the shareholders or the board, were to fire Elon, we would get to keep Optimus. Now, whether you can make that successful without him is debatable, but Tesla and the shareholders own the assets.
It's that simple.
Yeah, just to shed some light from sort of my perspective and the institutional side. obviously anything that Tesla's currently working on or in the roadmap we don't know of, let's just be clear, that's going to be proprietary to Tesla and remain in Tesla's business. So you can't just go take that and go elsewhere. The real question would become the Elon premium or optionality of discussing this space. Having that large R&D budget, why it's viewed in a very positive way is that you have a lot of capital to spend on R&D because the auto business is such a high revenue business, and you have a sort of pioneer mind in Elon Musk. So it's sort of a re-rate in the multiple would be probably the only initial downside pressure, because long term you think all the potential ideas being the next Optimus, the next who knows what, that may be viewed as not, no longer applicable. But anything existing, like there's zero concern around that leaving the company. The only concern would be the progress potentially of how fast it comes to market.
Look, Elon can't just obviously take away Optimus from Tesla. He can take away the talent, he can take away maybe future customers, but he can't take the physical robot itself. And to the more point here that Tesla does not have any proprietary technology in Optimus. I was looking at patents yesterday and they have not filed any patent particularly for Optimus. And again, Tesla is an open patent policy, so they aren't going to sue because it's in the legal disclaimer that you can use our you can use our technology as open source as long as you credit us. So it's not like he can't take away the technology, but obviously he can't take away the whole team itself.
Simple.
Yeah, I'm not the expert in this domain. I don't want to appear as I am, so anyone else feel free to chime in. But my understanding today is that a lot of the benefit has been actually through the vision learning system, right? And Elon, a lot of that sort of IP, he can't just take all the learnings and all that tech stack, to my understanding, and somehow transpose that into a new company. If again, it is very synergistic, the FSD with the robotics arm on the software side. So that'd be the only angle that I guess I would have. But again, if someone knows that domain much better, feel free to push back.
No hands mode. No hands mode.
It's that simple. Do you go to the macro analyst space?
I've been once, yeah, about probably a month or so.
What does that have to get in?
He just sounds like someone else, but I left it at that.
No, he came in a couple of times actually with that account. It's the same person. Inflexity.
Yeah, what were you talking about? I couldn't hear you guys right now.
Don't worry about it. What did you have to say? You had your hand up.
Yeah, so what I was just saying is that the vision system itself, so like they're training Optimus from the start, so they are using a 3D based approach from what I understand. They are trying to make it possible that they learn through what it's called, telecommunication. Yeah, so they're trying to learn it through they're trying to teach it through telecommunication. Obviously the vision system plays a large part in it, but look at Figure AI. So they are using ChatGPT's multimodal capabilities to perform tasks autonomously, and XAI already is beginning to work on that capability and already has that capability to an extent. So the vision system itself isn't very powerful in deterring any future competitors.
Okay, great. Thank you. Florian, how is your capital raising efforts going?
Yeah, it's in full force, and yeah, we're ambitious, so we need a lot of capital because we need to raise for every car that we buy. So and we are obviously also financed by banks, so we have some leverage there. But yeah, we're still expanding into the rest of Europe, and we also want to expand to the United States. So yeah, still need capital every year.
What do you make of these protests in Germany? How do you see Giga Berlin shaping up in the coming quarters, years?
Yeah, I just saw that a few hours ago that they were heading at Giga Berlin again. Yeah, I don't know how it's going to affect. I don't think it's going to affect a lot. I think Giga Berlin is going to grow. I think yeah. I'm not really sure about what's going to happen about that, but I don't think these things are going to affect the building out a lot.
Omar, what do you think about that?
I'm wondering if it made sense to build a factory in Germany. Like, this is like the craziest thing I've ever seen. This is like something out of Game of Thrones where like the zombies are all running at you. Like, what is wrong with these people? They're not out attacking the oil company, the legacy automakers. They're upset about Tesla. Like, it really just shows how brainwashed people are and how few people understand what this company is actually doing. It kind of reminds me of all the comments I see online every day.
Yeah, it's kind of wild what's going on over there. I mean, I can't imagine being a worker at that factory and knowing there are hundreds of people outside sprinting toward the building I'm working at. And I guess they stopped production. So I don't know for how many days. I don't know how it's going to impact, but it's going to impact somehow. So so I think
And
Florian,
the police are like trying to pepper spray them.
yeah, it's crazy. Florian said that he doesn't expect these protests to impact build out of Giga Berlin beyond its current capacity. And Alex Avoid said the same thing on X. But I'm not so sure. Like, how can it not? Like, put yourself in Elon's shoes. You have some excess capacity in basically every factory right now due to macroeconomic concerns mostly. And the transition to EVs taking a bit longer than maybe we all hoped. How can it not impact those decisions? It's like, it's not one thing. It's one thing after another that's been happening in Germany. Simple, how do you think about these things? Have you seen the headlines, the videos that are kind of circling around of people sprinting towards Giga Berlin?
Was that to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's asinine to me. Obviously, it's more political conversation, but short term, not a risk to the business, but just understanding why it's happening briefly, making sure it's they're literally trying to change the world for the better. So I don't think it's a structural risk. So don't pay too much mind into it.
You don't think it's a structural risk? Okay, Flexity?
It depends on the German response, frankly, from the government. So before the last arson attack, after the last arson attack, we had German government officials coming out and they were, providing support. So it just depends whether they'll do more this time. If they don't, we could see Tesla going to Italy or France or even Turkey, because all three of them have offered Tesla, tax breaks and, incentives to come to their countries.
Yeah, just to put into context, right, from the business perspective, obviously it's not good to happen, but when you start discussing what can you actually do about it, right, that's the more important question. A lot of shit happens that no one likes. What are you going to do about it? And I don't see them going and spending a ton of money to start a new factory. Worst case, hire additional security on your own P&L if you need to protect the area better, right? Like, it's not, existential risk to the business or to the factory, sorry.
No hands. No hands. Complexity, go ahead.
Yeah, so what I was saying was in perspective of what you were talking about the future expansion that Gigaberlin, and given the fact that they are having problems with the local population voting against their expansions and whatnot, that poses a scenario where you would want to expand in another country, except expanding the factory in Germany itself instead of.
Omar, do you think this will change the trajectory of Giga Berlin expansion plans specifically? Omar?
His audio didn't come through for me. What did he ask?
No, my question to you is, do you think these events will change the expansion plans trajectory at Giga Berlin?
Well, I'm not building another gigafactory in Germany, that's for sure. But, it's whatever. It's stupid. It's not going to affect the strategy or the construction. The level of demand forecasted might change the production plans. But I don't think this is really going to change the plans, other than Germany is maybe not the best place to invest for production. First, you got the arson attack. Like, I think of this, I immediately think of the arson attack. And I think that's what the market thinks of too. And you just think, okay, what are these people going to do? When your community is not hospitable, and of course, I don't think these people represent the government, but it is definitely something that gives investors pause, I think, after the arson attack last quarter, which they flagged as, something that impacted production and deliveries.
So do you think that this protest are they just using the location for media attention, or is it really something tied to Tesla? Because to me, it might be a protest about something completely different, and they just know that they get the media attention by doing it at the Tesla site.
I think they just needed some exercise.
Yeah, this to me, this protest is not about Tesla. It's about Elon and his political views, I think.
Well, did anyone ask them what they're protesting?
Maybe Florian can explain to us what they want. I mean, they definitely have a lot of content on X about these protests, but they're in German, and I haven't really spent the time to kind of dig through it. But there's a lot of interviews posted.
So I thought I was hearing, I don't know the details either, but I thought it was, something more to do about the governmental style or something, and it didn't have anything to do with, but I would, have to do data searching too. But I thought I heard somebody talking about it, and it sounded like it was something
Okay.
outside of Tesla.
Thank you. Florian, can you give us an overview of what they want?
No, as I've learned this only a few hours ago, but I think it has more to do something with anti-capitalist kind of things. I think it's pretty strange what's happening, and it's not actually. Well, when I was there, when they opened the Gigafactory, there were also some people already blaming Tesla of a few things, and there have been other riots as well. But I don't know.
Exactly. Like this is not new, right?
No.
The local folks, and maybe I guess a certain portion of the population over there has been against Tesla ever since the factory was announced. So I don't think this is against Elon specifically. Maybe some of the tweets here and there don't help, but the fact that it's been going on for years is not new. So, I've seen signs around against capitalism and all that. So, but the police isn't really doing a good job over there, it seems. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson, you have to unmute yourself for us to hear you. Machine. Machine.
Let him go first.
Mr. Anderson. I can't hear him. Can you guys hear him? Okay, machine.
You mind if I say something off topic for a second? Slightly off topic.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm considering looking for new jobs, and so I go look on LinkedIn at the best recommended jobs, and literally it's in this order. It's Waymo, data scientist; Rivian, data scientist; Zoox, data scientist. And I still apply for these jobs, but I am so corrupted by these spaces that I'm like, Waymo, they're going to fail. They can't catch up and get the data. I'm like, Rivian, they got cash flow issues. How long is this going to last before they lay off this job? Zoox, who cares about Zoox? They're like in third place. No chance. So I'm corrupted. I can't even apply for jobs because we've dissed all these companies that I have no motivation to apply to them. So thanks a lot.
Yeah, that's crazy that these companies are still hiring, honestly. Rivian's still hiring. Are you serious?
Yeah, and it's funny. I applied for it, but imagine for a second that I actually go in for an interview there. All of a sudden, I come in with all these questions on cash flow to these data scientist managers, and they're like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, you realize the company is going to dilute your equity in 50% in the next 6 months. Do you know that? And they're going to be backpedaling and be like, I don't know what this dude's talking about. This has nothing to do with data science, and I won't get hired.
What data science are they looking for? What data would you be analyzing?
Honestly, I didn't pay that much attention. I was like, blah, 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 product launch, data science. So it was not autonomy. It's more analyzing some details from data they're pulling from the car. You don't want to waste your time if it's an easy apply to study it too much beforehand. The only one interesting is Meta. Meta has interesting work. So that one I actually hope I can make some progress on.
Okay. Inflexity. West Hicks.
Yes, and just real quick, I heard the organization running things in Germany is called Disrupt. I heard that a couple hours ago. I'm not in front of a computer right now to look this up or anything. And 2 points that they made is, anti-capitalist and concerned about the climate, specifically the water issue or contaminating the water in Germany. But I think with it being an organization, obviously, looking at who's paying these guys to go after Tesla. And I agree with the previous speaker that I think they're really going after Elon, and they're just using these to get folks to kind of do their dirty deeds, if you will.
I mean, how do you explain then that these protests and efforts to slow down Tesla in Grunewald have been going on ever since they announced the factory? I mean, Elon was at the top of the world 3 years ago.
I thought back then it was, the German automakers really driving it. I suspected, and it may be the same still. I don't know.
I think.
I mean, it's young people. Their minds are effed. They're so screwed up. They're literally protesting the largest EV maker in the world. They're also protesting some other things that don't actually make sense. So I don't think they're getting their news from a diverse set of sources like Tesla Live. If they were listening to Tesla Live, I think they'd be much better educated on a variety of sources.
You know, Yogi Bear just pinned me to a video, and Omar, you too, if you've seen it. Rohan Patel replied to the video and says, "Thank God, it sounds like this video was a fake." But I'm not going to continue, but he basically says these protesters are still kind of dumb. But this was a fake video. Omar, did you see that? I mean, this video got a lot of attention.
Well, I think what Elon responded and said was that it was fake news. They didn't actually break through the fence, as the tweet he was replying to said. So there's no indication yet that the video's fake, but Elon said that the news was fake, that they had broken into the factory.
Oh, okay, gotcha. That's very different. Yeah, because well, Rohan is no longer with the company, so he doesn't really speak for the company, I guess. Mr. Anderson. Machine.
I mean, I just find it ironic, or is it coincidental, that you have these people jumping over fences chasing after someone when there was another incident 6 months ago where people jumped over a fence and attacked people. It's almost like they're like trying to project this and live this lifestyle. I was just surprised there wasn't anyone parachuting in.
I'm surprised I didn't see you sprinting at the building among those people.
Me? What am I going to protest?
Yeah.
Giga Berlin.
I don't know. You look like you would fit right in. Mr. Anderson. What's wrong with this Mr. Anderson guy? Does anyone know this account? Open Internet Advocate,
Sure.
crypto investor. All right. Team Flexity.
Yeah, I just read 2 news reports from Berlin, and they, from the video that I saw, they are basically communists. So they were holding anti-capitalist banners, and I actually saw another video of people sitting in tents with the Palestine flag all over their tents, and everyone is just trying to jump in, trying to get media attention on the name of Tesla. Because you wouldn't see this if they, attacked any other factory in the world. You wouldn't get this much coverage for your communist, your pre-Palestine movements.
Machine.
I mean, if they want, I think we could build a wall again, and they can go back to East Germany. I mean, they had that before. They had it. You had it. You had your own country, and it didn't work out so well. So I just like, do you study history at all? I don't get these people at all. Communism?
Yeah.
Come on. I'm not saying like free market capitalism is perfect, but like we've seen this other system and it hasn't worked very well. I mean, at least say something about democratic socialism like in Sweden, but communism?
Yeah. Amy posted an article and it quoted a sentence from the article. Amy says, "A coalition of self-declared anti-capitalist groups that organized the protest," said in a statement on its website. There you go. Steve is asking, what does no hands mean? No hands means you don't have to raise your hand to speak. Just wait a couple seconds until after somebody is done speaking to start speaking. Omar, what is going on with you and Grant? Why are you guys at each other's throats on X? Now I can't bring him up because it's like ridiculous now.
It's okay. You can still bring him up. I'm not really that upset at him, but he seemed to be really upset yesterday. He's like, liar! I think I maybe made fun of him a little too much for thinking Adrian was Elon, and I called him stupid. And I think that maybe that pissed him off. And then he said, it's just basically saying I'm a liar, and people are losing money because of me. I should feel ashamed of myself, whatever. So, people say all kinds of stuff to me like that from the Tesla Q side. So it's okay.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Steven?
Hey, thanks, Iman. I was just wondering what Machine meant when he made the comment about parachuting in. If you could elaborate on that. I see he left, but I didn't know what he was talking about. Was he making a reference to the Hamas attacks when he said parachuting in?
No, he probably wasn't.
Thank-
Lincoln?
Oh, sorry, I just came in the room. I don't know why I'm up here.
Is it cool?
Were you one of those people
What people?
running to Giga Berlin?
No, I didn't have my umbrella, so it didn't work out.
Yeah, why did they have umbrellas? Is that like an anti-capitalist thing?
And there were multiple people holding hands as well. It was really cute.
Yeah, I saw that too. I thought they were like couples or something on a date, but I was like, that's not very romantic.
There were a lot of them holding hands. It was funny.
Yeah. Data cats.
Thank you. Of course, the water issue was there on day one with the plant. The original water provider actually refused to go ahead. They had to go to court to open the plant. Secondly, it's been proven that this plant uses the least amount of water of any, auto manufacturing plant in the world.
I
So
think
they
it.
have, you go.
I think the umbrellas are used to block the pepper spray because they had that little mask on and sunglasses too.
So not only is it misguided, but definitely politically motivated.
It's so funny that somebody just tagged me on a poll asking if you subscribed to $99 a month on an X poll. And people are placing more value on this X poll than Yipit data. Yipit is an organization that's worth about $1 billion now. They've been doing this for years. And the X poll is obviously biased. It can be manipulated with bots. People are willing to put credence on the X poll and not believe the Yipit data. That's the level of confirmation bias that's present right now. That's the community, unfortunately. But I think this is that's part of the game. That's never going to change. Finflexity, go ahead. Finflexity, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to reply to Uma. He was asking about why these people are holding umbrellas. It is a communist thing. It started in China. The Chinese government would throw pepper spray bombs on protesters in Hong Kong, so they would hold an umbrella to protest against them.
Okay. Thank you. Lincoln, do you have your guitar with you?
Can we wait 10 minutes?
Yeah, 10 minutes. That's perfect. The space has been going on for almost 3 hours. Let's bring Sid. It's that simple. Go ahead.
Do any Rivian logs ever come up to this space out of curiosity?
Yeah, they've come up. But
Are they more product focused or more on the financial side?
there's nobody financial focus on the Rivian side. Zero.
Yeah, I was wondering, we spent a lot of time on the Yipit data, but why can't we just reach out to Tesla and ask to release that kind of information where it will be the source of truth and there will be no ambiguity?
Sure. Tweet at Elon Musk.
So is Jeff Bezos gonna be able to save Rivian? Even though their numbers look like shit.
I don't think he will want. I mean, he can, but I don't think he will.
It's a lot of money. It's not just $1 billion to invest. If they're going to get saved, it has to be on the order of billions of dollars. So that's the real question.
It's just like in Texas, I go to Dallas, San Antonio, Houston. Those Rivian delivery trucks are everywhere. It just seems hard to see that fail.
Are you a Rivian investor?
No, I'm not actually. I'm 100%. Well, other than diversified and other things, but my primary passion is Tesla. And, so I got at least a 1/4% of my investments into Tesla. So a little over, yeah.
Yumon, are you short the business, Rivian, or no? I know last we spoke, you were pretty pessimistic on it.
No, they're trading cash. They're trading at cash. Probably for the business that's trading cash.
They're trading below cash, likely, right? No way they're trading at cash. Like liquidation value, you're saying?
No, it's like needing a cash balance.
Right, but like obviously the market's still implying there's a value to the business. I'm sure they're trading out well above their net liquidation value, which would be how I view quote unquote cash.
What is the net liquidation value right now? How would you estimate it?
Yeah, you take the cash reserves, you apply any liquidation adjustments. So say you have, I don't know, inventory, you apply 70% of that value. You assume that can be liquidated today. You assume long-term assets probably have 10% residual value. That's sort of their asset base. You then go through, deduct all their liabilities at pretty much 100%. And that delta less any cost to liquidate the business from the book runners, from the legal side, gets you sort of a current net asset value. And then the current equity value less that's probably the implied true.
Okay, so what's the net liquidation value right now?
I don't have it in detail. It's probably around 6-7 billion. I'd say 6 billion, probably 5 billion.
And that's I don't think it's as low as 5. And the market cap is basically there, right?
I thought they're at like 9. I don't follow the company that close. I thought they're trading at 9 or 10-ish billion between, unless they've corrected a lot recently. Yeah, I'm searching right now. I think the delta is about 4 billion. It shows they're about 9.9 billion if my computer's correct. So yeah, $4 billion difference, give or take.
It's that simple. Sorry, my app crashed. I lost you at, I think they're at 9. I just looked it up. It's 9 to 10. Yeah. I think the net liquidation value is probably close to that if you do the math.
I just pulled up the balance sheet. No, like they have 9. No, it's probably around the $6 billion mark before any fees. We're not worth discussing in detail now, but I think it'd be around 6, max $7 billion.
Okay, so you're telling me what do you think is the probability of a buyer coming in at buying them out at 10?
That's my point. 0%. I think the business is not worth.
I don't. It's not 0%. Come on, there's a lot of dumb money out there. There's a lot of the money out there.
But sorry, why would they fully buy? Why would they fully buy? You think just like an acquisitive firm with that capital would fully buy it? I could see a pretty high interest stake, but I don't know if they'd want to. Not 0, I agree, but
it can't be any reason. I mean, there's, we're talking how much cash there is on the sidelines right now sitting. Private equity, sovereign funds, anything. Corporate balance sheets. What is it? Is it trillions of dollars? Right? Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, exactly. So even if somebody comes in with just a few $1 billion, they can move this stock like crazy. The short interest is like 20%. It doesn't make any sense to short this company, in my opinion.
Yeah, sorry. So to be clear, saying in terms of an injection of capital, I agree with that, but a full buyout of the company, I don't see. There's no way a strategic would buy it. No PE firms buying this company. But an injection, I actually agree with. I wouldn't short the business either. I was just curious as to your stance on the equity value.
You're telling me there's 0% chance that a private equity fund can come and buy this company?
A traditional, when you're saying private equity, do you just mean equity that is held in private hands, or do you mean true private equity, the KKRs of the world?
Either one.
Okay, either one. I'm sure there's sovereign wealth funds and private equity firms along those lines that potentially could, but the true like private equity, how call it, you'd probably normally look at it. There's no chance they're going to acquire a free cash flow burning entity when their whole business model relies on taking businesses that are making money, usually inefficient, making them more efficient, and scaling that business, right? So the former, yeah.
Okay, so but you said sovereign funds can buy it, and earlier you said 0% chance this company can go private. And I also don't agree that a private equity company wouldn't be interested in something like this. There's a number of ways. I don't think it would be a good decision, but there are thousands of private equity firms out there, and there's enough money out there to make dumb decisions every single day. So it's not 0% probability. Sid. Inflexible.
Yeah, I think I agree with it that simple, but like there is like you have to prove that you are efficient in, like you can be efficient at a point. But Rivian hasn't actually shown in its history that it can be efficient. We haven't seen a profit making quarter. We haven't seen any basically any signal that they will make a profit if they keep scaling or they change their management or whatever they do. So it's the auto business, first of all. It doesn't make sense for a private equity firm to jump in and try to compete with such big automakers out there. And like the main product that Rivian has right now is its van. Yeah, but their USP is dying out. We have Ram announcing its electric van. Ford is partnering with UPS, Aspis, or I don't know. They are partnering with someone. So like they have lost their main USP, and it's very doubtful that a company can rescue them at this point. Like any private equity firm can come in and rescue them from this hellhole that they've put themselves in.
Yeah, that's a false statement. Sorry. Any private equity company can come in and rescue them. Like there's a difference between what a good decision, financial decision is. But don't tell me that there's never been a private equity deal with a negative free cash flow company. That's ridiculous statement.
Yeah, I never said that. What I was saying is that I agree. Sovereigns,
Well, when you say 0% chance, that's what you're saying.
Okay, so a very low percent chance. I think this business, right, Rivian. I didn't
Thank
say
you.
historically. The point is, I actually don't think what Finflexity said is correct either, because we don't know what they have on their roadmap and the actual. I think they're aiming to hit gross margin neutrality in Q4. Do I think they'll do that? I don't. I don't think so. I'm not an expert on that company though. But even if they do that, they still have a massive operating expense line that's actually only, I think, 1/5 or 1/4 of Tesla's. That makes you have to understand, how will that gross margin then scale? Neutrality is not enough. How will they get to, 15? I think their goal is 25% gross margins. If they truly have a very vetted plan that you can get a due diligence firm to come in on and vet and say, you know what, this makes sense, I can see sovereign wealth coming into it. I just think today, as a business, traditional private equity, it's not in their wheelhouse. That's all. And I think that's pretty objective, right? Sovereign wealth or large, Saudi types, for instance, for Lucid, it's a different type of investment bucket.
Yeah. I agree with everything you said in the last few sentences. I mean, the time to short the company was obviously IPO, right? So, and I've been saying that this company is not going to succeed for years.
And on the tech side, I guess, Yaman, you spend a lot of time in the EV space. Does Rivian have anything as far as to my extent, there's nothing proprietary or that you could see them eventually get into that 25% gross margin mark. And I went through our earnings call late last night, the most recent one. They did iterate that guidance again, right? Gross margin neutrality, and also they're still guiding to hit that 25% mark. I think it's bullshit. But do you think there's anything that could even be in the landscape to get there, given where current existing margins are at fully scaled businesses like Tesla?
No, there's nothing there. And they reiterated modest gross profits. They reiterated modest gross profits in their investor letter. But if you listen to the call, they kind of sounded a little less certain. They kind of thought they said positive gross margin. So I don't think they believe it, honestly.
So I think what they believe, they did allude to tax credits coming through, I think, for second half of the year. I think they could just be saying, if we add in all the tax credit potential, pair with the existing business, we may hit gross margin neutrality, like we may hit 0%. But even then, that's an impressive task to do in 9 months, less now, 7 months. And then,
I mean, like I said, so we actually talked about this quite extensively. It was yesterday or the day before. A lot of the things I hear from Rivian and Lucid folks is basically what Tesla says. They just say it for their business. So Tesla said in the last earnings call they expect an increase in ZEV credits, and that's what you heard on the Rivian call. Elon says, I sleep on the floor. Lucid CEO Dan says the same. Tesla says we're going to go LFP batteries. They say we're going to go LFP batteries, and they never did, by the way. Tesla did go LFP batteries. Rivian never, still. We don't have any LFP batteries in the cars. So they just repeat what Tesla says. They just copy. They try to copy as much as they can. Machine?
I just want to remind you about the RJ Scaringe CNBC video, which I think was after the last earnings report, where he's talking about what their expectations were for gross margins were. And right when he said they expect to get neutral by the end of the year, he paused and had a big gulp in his throat. Just, he'd know he's lying.
I think I noted that too, by the way. When I was
last night as well, or I guess whenever they had the call, I listened to it this morning and a bit last night. I think it's a CFO, the lady that's speaking, Yaman, but her rhetoric is much more positive in terms of actually stating neutrality. RJ, for what I've listened to so far, didn't actually say that. He said they'll improve. He has not yet stated the actual neutrality, at least on the call yesterday. Let me know if you heard otherwise. But and if they don't hit that, I think it becomes or they don't approximate at 5%, -5%, negative maybe 10%. But the last quarter, they had like the highest utilization rate or production delivery to production rate, and they still posted, what was it, -44%. So I don't know.
You're overthinking it. Here's how it actually goes with these. So I actually used to work for in-house accounting teams. I started out at Ernst & Young as an auditor, and then I worked at an in-house kind of like a financial analyst type of role. But I report to two bosses. One of them was historical accounting, and the second one was forward-looking forecasting. Okay. The way it works for these accounting firms is they go out to their sales teams and they say, what do you think you're going to be able to do next quarter, the quarter after, for this budget? They rely on the sales team's numbers. Do you think the CFO is going out there and looking at how the R1S compares to the EV9, how their van compares to Ford vans? No, she's not. Okay. She's just taking on whatever the sales team tells her, putting her into an Excel model, and that's saying, if this goes right, we sell the credits and this and that, blah, 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 we might get to gross margin positive. That's the main problem they have, is that when they come out of this supposed factory shutdown to retail, whatever, I think they're going to find out that the demand numbers are not there, and those fixed costs are not going to allocate to the number of units they assumed. And this gross margin, I don't think is going to turn positive. But let's say, in a slight chance that it does turn positive, is that enough to raise billions of dollars that they need to bring R2 to market? Has anyone done the work on how R2 compares to the Model Y today, let alone the Model Y refresh that's coming? What happens to R1T when Cybertruck prices go down to 90, 80, 70, 60 when the standard version comes out? What happens to their demand when FSD improves? Do you think the CFO is doing all that work? She's not. So I think people need to take a step back and don't assume what these managements say at face value. Do the work.
It's worse than that too, because their FP&A team, from what I've heard, sucks. So I guess your company is different. Usually you have FP&A guiding CFO, right, for all these metrics. And at least to a grapevine, I've been told that they're not the best at Rivian for FP&A, and that could be very consequential, like you said, in the back half. So worth for what it's worth.
Yeah, exactly. What I'm wondering is, at what point the CEO, CFO making these comments becomes problematic from a legal perspective? But I guess, maybe it's like forward-looking or whatever. I guess it's not that big of a deal. I don't know.
So all you need, it sounds very dumb, as long as you have internal communication, roadmaps and channels as to what you believe could be true in the future, and beyond, with some sort of reasonable mind, you can say, I thought this. It's impossible to have any liability. I've worked through this with CIDs and smaller companies and mid-sized companies I've invested in. You just have to show that you have written records of it, and this was your roadmap, and you just sucked at operating and failed. That's all you need for to not get sued for negligence.
Yeah, exactly. And I worked on all different sides of companies: internal, external, accounting, finance, investment banking, etc. So, I've seen it all. Finflexity and then tech circuits.
Yeah, I just saw an interview of RJ from Rivian. He was on Bloomberg or CNBC. I didn't, really pay attention. But when he was asked about what the R2 reservation numbers are like now, after the initial jump in pre-orders, he said that he won't comment on the pre-orders for the R2 platform because it's in late 2026, and he cited a few random reasons.
Yeah, he punted a bunch of questions, both during the earnings call and the following Bloomberg interview, and for good reason. It's for good reason. But that's really all we need to know. Tech circuits and then Omar.
I just wanted to mention Tesla's owner, Silicon Valley, on Twitter. They posted they're getting ready next week for the Cybertrail is landing. So I guess I don't know if this is a joke or not, but they're saying Cybertrailer is coming next week.
Okay, thank you, Omar.
Yeah, I think it's a risky promise to make for RJ on achieving neutrality on gross margins or even slightly positive gross margins on their vehicle. They have some control over their costs, obviously, but they're in a very competitive pricing environment. And if rates are going to stay higher for longer, if we're looking at maybe September or even November for our first cut, we're going to continue to be in a competitive pricing environment that's going to suppress their ability to deliver any improvement to gross margin. Rivian average selling prices declined by $6,000 sequentially in the first quarter. Now, do we think their COGS fell by more than $6,000? I think their COGS may have even gone up a little bit due to accelerated depreciation. So a lot of it depends on the pricing environment that he doesn't have control over.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like he's trying, but like I said, it's too little, too late. It's that simple.
No, I was going to say, again, I was doing some economic stuff, and I think actually, let me just see if we can pull it up. I'm pretty sure their COGS were 127K, so decline, I think, 10K sequentially per unit. But the point is, their COGS is still 1.4 times the average ASP, right?
Are you looking to short the company?
No, I don't. I don't say I don't short. I don't like to short, and I think the issue here is with. I'm always looking to short. I don't plan to short Rivian as of now, but as I do more research into the business, very preliminary, I'm just trying to understand from a diluted position as well. If they dilute 50%, that means you still think it's a $20 billion. Like, I just don't see how in the next 3 to 4 months there's any price action to the upside. And like I think Omar just said, it's not even just interest rates to me. It's actually consumer confidence. If interest rates are mediocre or a bit high, and consumers feel wealthy and they can pay money out of their pocket to buy items, great. 80,000 truck makes sense, but I don't see how that comes to the short term. So to answer your question, am I looking to short? No. Am I open to it? Potentially.
Yeah. So you said I don't like the short. Why is that?
It's just very much predicated on a short-term price action, and my call it expertise or where I've done well in my experience has always been over usually plus at least 1 year time frame for businesses that are in my domain of expertise, right? I think short-term is not speculation. Short-term assumptions, even if you have a great knowledgeable edge, can be wrong and trade the other way. You can lose millions, if not billions of dollars. So it's just not worth the risk to me. I'd rather wait an extra 12 months, invest in the business I know the cash flows, underwrite those cash flows well, do additional research. And the longer your time frame, the less volatility you have. So I can sleep easier. So that's usually my case, unless I see, a home run coming my way.
Scott.
So what I'm hearing is a lot of people are saying I wasted $100 on my R2 reservation.
Is it refundable?
I don't know. I had FOMO of the Cybertruck, so I just did it as soon as they announced it. It's $100.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I actually know someone who. So in the last call, they talked a lot about these reservation numbers. Oh, sorry, test drives. Okay, they're like, if I remember the number correctly, they said 60% increase in test drives. Test drives increase. And then towards the end of the call, one analyst asked, well, what about conversion? Are they converting to purchase decisions? And are you fully pumped with the question? And that's exactly what I heard from my friend who did get one of these test drives. And I guess he was at an event, kind of like a high scale event or whatever. And I think like one person, he said, actually ended up buying. And he had a X5 that was like 10 years old or something. So, and it goes to what it's that simple as talking about. That's, consumer confidence is low. The data that came out this morning that I tweeted about, actually macro analyst tweeted and I reposted. I don't want to be unfair to macro analysts, but this is at the top of their screens. And this is, I think, very material piece of information. Consumer sentiment dropped to a 6-month low while inflation expectations rose to a 6-month high. So that means the Fed is between a rock and a hard place right now in terms of cutting rates. So it's going to be interesting how that moves along. Yoda?
Yeah, I would also keep an eye on the U.S. foreclosure rate. It's been on the rise, and I think we're almost going to be approaching 2019 pre-pandemic kind of, let's say, normal levels by next quarter. So that's a good one to keep an eye on. And then I just got my proxy vote, so I'll be putting my votes in today.
Jimmy?
Yeah, Rivian is losing so much money, but your $100 is completely refundable. My idea behind my pre-orders is I will get the pre-order if we make it there, which I don't think we'll make it there, but we'll get to the pre-order. And then if I don't want the vehicle, all I'll do is I'll sell it on eBay or something like that. Take that money and put it into Tesla stock. I figured I would just get one and flip it. But they're never going to make it. Yeah, Tesla stock.
Now, while we talk about these topics, Ken in live chat, YouTube live chat is answering all the legal questions. If you have a legal question about Elon's comp and all the voting and stuff, you can go to the live chat. And Ken is killing it over there. Just it's a completely different conversation than what's going on here. Yoda and then Billabong Joe.
Yeah, I was on a Rivian space, I think last week, and I was probing about the progress of their equivalent of FSD, and it just seems like even from the fan base, that Rivian's really not. They're like, you know, the first inning or the first pitch of the first inning. And so I think what will be very important to look at is the cost of achieving FSD for any of these EVs. And I think I would change my position on Rivian to a little bit more positive if they were to license FSD, because that takes out the cost of achieving that, which is in the tens of billions. But if they don't do that within the next, let's say, 4 quarters, then they're definitely, just from their base EV business, is you know, they're running out of cash there. So that's something I'm watching, whether they adopt FSD.
Mm-hmm. You think they have 4 quarters?
Yeah, I think there's money out there that's looking to write off their oil profits, and there's money out there that I think want to invest in green and renewable type businesses to make their other main balance sheet look better, or their corporate governance look better. You know, and Rivian has been around, so I think they'll survive, but they'll be right on the edge. So that's why I think this cost of FSD is really going to be the last nail in the coffin from my perspective.
Okay. Billy Bob Joe, I have a question for you.
Okay.
So you said that Gordon Johnson cited factually incorrect information. Can you name a couple?
Well, you said FSD is vaporware, and you know it drives
Okay,
people
and
around
then
in that space all the time.
what did he qualify that comment with afterwards?
I don't know. I believe.
You don't remember what he said?
No.
Okay. And also, like, can you explain to me how the statement FSD is vaporware is actually factually incorrect? Like, what does vaporware even mean? How is that factually incorrect? And it also sounds like you can't even repeat what the other side said, but you're willing to accuse this space and me of being unfair. Have you ever run a space of this size with such emotional bulls and bears on a company like Tesla before?
No, and on the vaporware point, I mean, you know, my thought about vaporware is it's something that really doesn't exist or it's not available, and I don't agree with that definition. I think that's factually incorrect.
Yeah, but you need to, first of all, so what I try to do in this space, maybe you're not a good fit for the speaker board here, because what I try to do here is people to at least understand what the other side is saying before jumping to conclusions. And then going out there and trashing the space, which is, you know, it's kind of questions like, then why are you here? You know? The fact is the guy's outnumbered. Okay, he's coming into practically a bull space. It has to be lenient. I want to know the 1% of what he might say that is new and material information. As we found out yesterday, it's possible that these conversion rates of FSD trials are low. And if that data is correct, then that's material, new information that we wouldn't have known had I listened to people like you who don't want the guy in this space. So you get the benefits from these things, and then you go out there and then trash the space. So I don't care for your question.
Yeah, on the FSD topic, you know, if if Tesla starts giving out FSD to other OEMs, has there been any study on the cannibalizing effect of the Tesla car sales? I know the
trucker hammock.
What's that?
Thank you. This Trucker's Hammock. I was in the Tesla logistics, but the funny thing is my brother works at Rivian, and he's a very Pollyanna kind of guy. And he says there's no way they're going to make it. Their cost structure is so huge. It's like Ford Motor Company, but with no revenues coming in. Just thought I'd lend that a little bit of information. Thank you.
Thank you. Machine.
I think Rivian's only hope is to hire me, and I move up the chain, and I can make the required changes, such as cutting entire departments, a la Elon Musk. I think it's their only hope.
Well,
I mean, they're actually building their own superchargers too, the Rivian Adventure Network.
Yeah.
Can you imagine they're building chargers right now with this situation? They got like a few quarters away from running out of cash. Let's build some chargers.
All right, I have a question for the room. How does Rivian get out of the situation they're in? Because I know we talk a lot about Rivian not surviving, but like, how would they survive? Does anyone have any opinions on this?
I do.
Are you?
They need
going
to raise
space?
and then cut.
I do. No. Here's
I
the
mean,
solution.
raising would only postpone it probably. Cut is ultimately what needs to happen. I would maybe
Supercharge.
shut down R1.
Stop interrupting me. Superchargers, fuera. Autonomy software, fuera. R3, fuera. RJ Scaringe, fuera.
What's for?
Fuera's out. That's what
Okay.
Millet,
speak
the
English?
Argentinian
Do you have to
Prime
show?
Minister.
Do you have to show your Spanish off?
It's terrible Spanish. I'm
What
not
would
rolling
you?
my
What would
R's.
you? What would you do if I started talking Turkish?
If you Turkish, yeah, I would say no one would listen to you. But people here understand single words of Spanish. Okay, this is America. Spanish is basically native language now. It's taking over. So you better get used to it.
Yeah, well, I'm in Texas. I know what you're talking about. I actually started learning Spanish a little bit, but it didn't go well. It's that simple.
Yeah, it's actually going to iterate what Machine said to a point. I think Rivian's SG&A and R&D is like 1/4 of Tesla's, with this year's deliveries being 3% of Tesla's. Operating leverage aside, it's like, what are you doing? Get rid of anything that's not structural to you getting to as close as you can to not just gross margin, obviously operating neutrality as well. It's not going to happen. With that, go raise capital, get that product working super well. You're going to lose money, not lose as much. So you're cutting and raising, trying to give a narrative as to long term, eventually broadening out. But on their call, discussing the extension of pushing back the next platform, the R3, I guess, or R1, sorry, and then how they're saving 2.5 billion in capex that would have been incurred. It's ridiculous. It's like you have zero operational knowledge if you're saying these things in a call when you're burning that much cash. So get rid of everything, as I think Machine is his name, fuera, get out of here, focus on the bare bones, and go from there. It's all you can do.
Machine.
I just want to say that it's that simple. Said it better than me, literally. He pronounced it better than me. And I think he's a better trader than me. So I think you just replaced me in the space. I don't have anything to contribute now.
Well, the problem is he comes every once a month or so. Otherwise, I would be pissed. Although we don't really know it's that simple sense of humor. I don't think he's ever made a joke. He's very serious.
Yeah, you suck. It's that simple. You suck.
Yeah, I mean, the other piece of information that I think is material for Rivian talk is the fact that Rivian's R1S's resale values are declining pretty fast. So I think that to the extent that you believe that kind of shows, demand on the new vehicle side, that obviously doesn't bode well for them because they need that capacity. Like they need that capacity full.
Even the new vehicle, again, just I know you're not caring about it, but I think their ASPs, what was in the call? They said 50K. I don't know, 45,000 or 50,000 is the starting price. You have to reduce your COGS right now by that much to get to break even. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
how
mean,
do they cut a Model Y out of this thing?
exactly. And we make contracts. We will do some work on the engineering side to understand what Rivian is doing. But why I asked you, Yaman, from the start is that I'd be shocked if they have some sort of new tech. Understand decontenting, understanding upgrading their tooling. These things all make sense for incremental margin expansion, but to not just expand the margin, like you're innovating the margin to a point that is, yeah. And I'm not an expert, making it super clear. I don't think none of us, unless we're manufacturing, are here. But common sense says like how, and they haven't told us how.
Yeah, they were asked a number of times on the earnings call, like at least 3 times, and they kept repeating the buckets and where they're going to save without any numbers around it. So, like I said, they punted the entire call, and I think what's going to happen is they're going to lose a lot in Q2. They're going to blame it on the production ramp, and then in Q3 the demand is not going to be there, and then they're going to blame it on macroeconomic conditions, and then that's it.
Are there book runners going around right now? Do you know? Has anyone come up and spoken?
No, I haven't talked to anybody, but I'm sure because, like, from what I hear, they had all these investors at the R2 event, and if you kind of think about it, why in the world would they unveil R3? But you killed your R2 demand by unveiling R3. Who does that? So the only reason is to kind of paint a picture for these investors, and that was a couple months ago. So if they haven't raised by now, that means to me that means they're not going to be able to raise.
Yeah,
Wait,
I mean,
who makes more vehicles, Rivian or Tesla?
Yeah, I mean the crazy thing is they raise as much money as Tesla, and just look at how the two companies turned out.
their R&D is $2 billion on a run rate right now, almost.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Compared to Tesla, who don't forget the amount of the expense, how expensive top tier engineers are on software side, on the energy business side, on the overhead from everything else they have as well, like Allah firing 500 people from the charger.
Yeah, AI, Optimus.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like, people don't appreciate, not to switch the conversation, the efficiency of the operating line at Tesla. I still think it's
and that's entirely due to Elon.
Yeah, exactly.
Like somebody who comes in and lays off 70-80% of the people because that's what's needed, or somebody who comes in and fires it. Like I was in a different space last time, and literally the entire board was convinced that it was the wrong decision. I'm like,
why'd they say that?
About Supercharger stuff.
But
And
why?
they're like they didn't have any good reason. I mean, I can't tell you, but the reason is like the real reason is because they know people at the Supercharging team. Okay, or they know, like, these are people, like, this space is kind of comprised of people who have connections to the company, and they've been around for years and years. From very early on days, they built relationships, and they kind of get in these calls and texts, and oh my gosh, this person too, oh my gosh, that person too, and they know that this person is excellent, worker, etc., and they just feel, I think that, like, emotional feeling reflects on their understanding of the situation, and cloud of judgment.
I won't comment too much, but talk about some sense of, not privilege, but it's shitty, right? Anyone who loses their job, I feel horrible. It sucks to hear, but well, what do you want them to do? Give you? You're getting your severance probably. Would you want them to wait a month? Like I just don't
And
understand
then
what they want.
and then the thing is, like, they're obviously gonna land in amazing companies with amazing roles. Like, you built a supercharger network in the only game in town. Like, I mean, they probably already have. They probably had job offers 3 months ago.
Yeah. Whenever we had even portfolio companies, I'd always tell people, obviously my view, don't ask like, should I fire this person? You need to ask, do I need this person, right? And if they can't give you a clear explanation as to why, then you're by default having bloat in your business, and it compounds because, as you guys all know, A players like A players. I have a PM beside me who sucks at his job and he's getting, I don't know, 6% or 5% and horrible risk-adjusted returns. I'm gonna get 8% and feel good, right? It becomes super relative and it becomes compounding. So I don't know who said that, but if they've operated, it's a very opposed view there and pretty strong view there.
Well, a couple of them are Rivian investors, so there you go.
Yeah, so as I'm sitting here watching car videos on YouTube and hearing the R3 thing, it reminded me of I have not heard more of the buzz around an EV car from ICE, compact car hot boys. I know they're consumers, but if they fucked up, if they had just gone straight to the R3 and been able to make it there by, I don't know, taking out a payday loan like I had to do in my 20s, I think there's a market for the R3 because so many people that hate on Tesla, hate on EV, except for a plaid at a drag strip, they'd say the R3 would be their first EV. And it's simply, especially that
Dude, R3 is not going to be there.
No, I know. I'm just saying it's sad because there are so many people out there that would buy that R3 and buy that other variant,
Yeah, of
the sport
course.
one.
Yeah,
right?
I'm sure there's a lot of people
First
out there
timers.
who would buy a 0 to 60, 1.9 seconds, goes 700 miles on one charge, charges in 2 minutes, and costs $20,000. Scott,
No, I just
there's a lot of market for that.
People that hate.
All right, Pennington. Hold on.
Yeah, sorry about that. Elon's post earlier today. He thinks that 12.4, big step forward, 12.5, he can nail it. So a thought experiment. Next year, next 12 months, scenario one, that's actually accomplished, and 12.5, to his words, nails it. Scenario B, turns out, not even close. How do you guys think the next year looks in both scenarios?
Omar.
Well, I'm not sure what he just asked, but I was just going to point out that with Rivian, it's incredible how many different models they have. They have the Rivian van, they have the R1T, they have the R1S, they have the R2, they have the R3, they have the R3X. I mean, this is like as many vehicles as Tesla essentially. And obviously all of these vehicles have overhead in designing, maintaining them, keeping them up to date. I don't think they can produce all of these vehicles. They need to focus their efforts a little bit, I think, on making a few of these vehicle programs really successful, or they're going to spread themselves too thin, and it's going to be really difficult to be profitable.
Pennington?
Yeah, when I was kind of the purpose behind my question is just from a business standpoint, from a cash flow standpoint, from a sentiment standpoint.
Yeah, Pennington, the reason why Omar didn't understand your question is not because lack of context, it's because there's too much context. If you just narrow it down to 10 words or fewer, it'll work, trust me.
Cash flow, next 12 months, Tesla, free cash flow. They either nail it in 12.5 or it turns out it's really far away.
It's not going to make a difference. Like we discussed earlier, maybe you weren't here, but we discussed earlier that FSD needs to be nearly perfect, if not perfect, to be material to Tesla's free cash flow.
You don't think that if Elon actually comes out and says, well, kind of the people will know this, that they really nailed it, they really solved it,
He's
that
been
would
saying
not be
that for
material.
years. He's been saying that for years.
I understand, but now he pivoted the company for this one goal, and there's more weight on this than there was years ago. So I think that as a result of that, it's not as easy to just dismiss it and say, well, he said this before, therefore let's not really give it that much weight, that much credibility. I think now it sort of has to really deliver, as he says.
I mean,
I can tell you a couple of scenarios where it might be material. Like, for example,
please.
Okay. If you look at the used market resale value of FSD, it's a couple $1,000s. So the market doesn't assign zero value to the software. It does have value at this point. If they reduce the price to a couple $1,000s and you sell 1 million of them, then that's $2-3 billion. I mean, that is material to this bottom line, but they're not going to do that. Okay. I don't think they're going to do that. I mean, I think that's a very low probability outcome. And then let's say, for example, another scenario might be if like they're going to remove the steer wheel nag, but you still have to look at the road. And people want to be on their phone. So if they also remove the camera, the monitoring, then I think you might see an increase in uptake for $99 a month. Okay, that's the second scenario. Third scenario is if the software gets nearly perfect and the stock price surges, making hundreds of thousands of investors rich, then maybe at that point you might also see a take rate increase. But I don't think that's the scenario you're looking for because you probably want to just make money on the stock first. So those are three scenarios. I think you might see a material increase in Tesla's bottom line due to FSD this year or next 12 months, he said. But aside from those three scenarios, I just don't see it. Yoda?
I'm just turning left. Omar, go ahead.
Omar?
Yeah, so I think Elon's tweet was really about hand signals that you mentioned. So he's saying that 12.4 and 12.5 are going to be better at hand signals. I think there's a lot of good things happening with FSD, the NAG getting, improved, the software getting better. But at the same time, no part of this is going to be easy. If we're thinking, oh, okay, it's easy now. We pivoted the company, whatever that means. Okay, we fired everybody. Can it drive itself now? This is literally the hardest problem, ever attempted. There's probably discoveries we have yet to make. It's going to be an uphill battle in many ways. I mean, I think things are taking off in some ways, but I'm not expecting a magic fix all of a sudden. I'm expecting it to really be a lot of work to get this to work.
Yeah. Just a quick note. Ford CFO is being replaced. Ford CFO is being replaced in early 2025. Okay. So Jacob Lana texted. This was just posted. Ford Motor announced on Friday that John Lawler would step down as CFO in early 2025 with former Lucid finance chief. Are you fucking serious? They're hiring a Lucid. Is this a joke? This has got to be a joke. Are you trolling me? This can't possibly be true. I need to. This can't possibly be true. Let's see. Ford CFO. Oh my gosh, it's true.
I think it's true, and I'll tell you why
What the
it's
hell?
true.
It's crazy. Go ahead, Yoda. Tell me why it's true.
Well, as Ford transitions from being a profitable ICE manufacturing company to a unprofitable EV manufacturing company, they need someone with experience of losing money selling EVs. No better person than a CFO of Lucid.
Wow. Omar, what do you think about this? Your favorite CFO being hired at Ford?
Hiring.
No, your
Lucid-
favorite CFO was the 50 CFO, right? Wasn't that the wife or something?
Yeah. I mean, hiring Lucid CFO to run your publicly traded company is like, you know, you're entering a beauty contest and you're taking advice from, Mr. Bean or something. I don't know. Like, usually you want to get a CFO who managed a successful company that, had some cash flows to manage, Like, this guy could probably manage Lucid's finances. I mean, yeah, it's not a strong
Dude,
example.
honestly, think of it this way. Sherry House, who previously worked at EV maker Lucid, will join Ford in early June and transition to CFO role in early 2025. So Sherry, did make quite a bit of, she raised so much money from maybe they're looking for the Saudi money. I don't know. And the fact is, Lucid actually has done better than Rivian. There's also that too, in terms of finances. That's crazy. In the meantime, current CFO John Lawler will continue his position and take on the role of vice chair. The move comes as Ford amps up its focus on EVs. Didn't they cancel the EVs and they said they're going to focus on hybrids? Anyway, Ford on Friday named the former chief financial officer of EV startup Lucid to replace his current CFO, who is being promoted to closely oversee the company's ongoing turnaround plan, the company said in a press release on Friday afternoon. Oh, no, Friday morning, I guess. The ex-Lucid executive Sherry House will join Ford first as finance vice president early June. In that position, she'll be working to transition into CFO role by early 2025, according to the release. That's what we know about this. Complexity.
Yeah, they also just cancelled their battery orders from LG and South Korea just 2 hours ago.
Can you say that again, please? I was interrupted.
Yeah, they cancelled their battery orders from LG and some other South Korean firm 2 hours ago. However, their partnership with Cattle is still on.
Thank you.
Also, another interesting news, we already have 2 Tesla employees that I was tracking out of 200. 2 of them have gone to EVgo, the charging company.
Yeah.
And their stock is down like 7 or 8% today.
This is the salary, right? Yeah, Yoda, go ahead.
Maybe Ford getting ready to acquire Lucid.
That would be a hell of a move. I doubt it though, because in that situation, you do want to lose a CFO at Lucid running the transaction. So, anyway, this space has been going on for nearly 4 hours. Any questions, comments? Please request to speak. FLNTWD asked me to explain once again why Gordon Johnson is needed in this space. Thank you, FLNTWD, for the question. We need bulls and bears in the space. We need a balanced discussion. Gordon Johnson, even though it's hard to listen to him at times, and he is cherry picking, there's no question about that. Nobody's doubting that. But every now and then, he does have he does share some insightful data. So in order to listen to that 1%, we need to put up with the 99%. And that's because I want that. I want that 1%. And if you don't want that 1%, you can't sit through the 99%. You don't have to be in the space. So that's why. And thank you very much again, FLNT WD. I'm happy to explain to you once again if you want. Simple.
Yeah, what's the background on the Gordon Johnson topic? Sounds like it's been brought up 5 times. Didn't want to ask, but is he just short the business and he came in here yesterday, or what happened?
Yeah, he comes in every now and then and kind of just tries to agitate. But in the meantime, we do have, what I believe is a fruitful conversation. But most people don't agree with me on this. So
his profile, it doesn't seem stupid. He seems like he has, knows finance to the point. I think some of his takes are asinine. Does he manage money?
Not that I know of, but there's one or two interviews out there. He said that I'm going to short Tesla. I don't know, or we advise to short the top. I'm not sure. I don't know if he actually manages money. My take is that he's mostly a sell-side analyst. Serene.
Hey, I had a question about Tesla stores.
Well,
I just wonder how the continuity is maintained.
Business stores? What do you mean?
The way they interact with customers and the information. Because I noticed I've been to a few, even locally and abroad, and they seem to all have a kind of a different focus recently. Less on
Omar, do you know the answer to that question?
I'm not sure I understand the question. What's the different focus?
like some of them are focused on selling cars, and others are really focused on just allowing a customer to have an experience while they're there.
Why are you out of breath? Are you working out? Are you walking?
Of course.
You
I have
working
a-
out?
What's that?
Are you working out?
Working out, get my steps in.
Getting your steps in? Well, we don't understand your question.
So when you go into a store, the experience you have in one is very different from the other, and they don't seem to speak to one another or share strategies.
I mean, that's not my experience. Every time I go into a Tesla store, it's very similar experience.
I guess my point is on like with the transition to really like educate people on the product.
All right, is that simple?
No, I thought he was talking about something else. I know in Manhattan, the meatpacking Tesla store, for some reason you can't buy through them. They're just like a store to stop by and test drive, but you can't process anything through them. I don't know. But I know they said it's a law in the state or in the city. So wasn't sure if he was speaking to that, but it sounds like he's just talking about the customer experience, which is a question no one here can answer, obviously.
I can answer this question. Every store that is a service center and not a dealership can't sell you a Tesla because it violates the laws. So the way around it is if you see a car that they have on their fleet that is sitting in the parking lot, you just go online, see if it's available, buy it, and then you can pick it up the same day, or you can wait a week for them to ship it to you. The other thing is, yes, every Tesla store is ran slightly different because every Tesla store has its own sales regional manager, and they are trying to I guess, get on board with other stores, but they can run themselves independently. But they should have all the exact same information because that is given from corporate downward.
It's interesting because oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I think just a comment about the stores and the selling process. I think the inventory section of the website, which shows cars which are available, are a little bit buried in my opinion, and I think they should rename that from inventory to something more positive, like in stock or something else. Inventory may have a connotation of like stale or unsold.
I don't disagree with you personally. What they should add into their application is because they're already requesting your location currently in that location. I did have a serious question though. For I think Omar, were you the person who tweeted the first people to reach Tesla Berlin or Tesla Germany gets a bunch of free shares? Was that you who tweeted that? Because I saw the Bulls running.
Yoda.
I think we sold Omar his new Performance 3 on Tesla Live. So I was wondering if anyone in the audience is on the edge of making that decision, and if so, maybe you're welcome to speak up and ask some questions and let us help you make that decision.
Okay, so I have more points related to exactly this shopping experience for a used Tesla store. I think that question is important because if you think about the experience you have when you go in, for me, it was always when I went in, it was like they never pressured you. It was very different from traditional car sales. You were really just encouraged to experience it, and like you wanted nothing more than to walk out of there with one, right? Like if you could go back and drive it every day, you'd be there, and that's what like you're hoping to hit. And then on used buying experience, I have some other thoughts, but I don't know. You guys, we haven't really focused on like how Tesla sells used cars before.
No, I mean, I think they kind of pass it on to a third party who does the work. Is my understanding. Tesla isn't focused on used car business, you know. So it's a small part, doesn't generate much profit. They're not focused on it. They outsource it, is my understanding. I don't know if that changed in recent years, but yeah. Lincoln, how you doing over there? Lincoln, can you guys hear me?
Lincoln fell asleep.
Yeah. Maybe he's got kids with him. Kids duty.
What's your experience when you go into the Tesla store?
What's my experience?
Yeah.
Lincoln's
It's
just
alright.
stage squatting.
Yeah. Kids gas Rebecca, how are you?
Hi, Yaman. I'm really good. I just thought it would be important for everyone in this room to know that Elon liked one of my posts. So I just feel like I'm canceled all my plans for the weekend and I'm going to be home framing the post. If anyone needs me, that's where I'll be. Thank you.
Your first time?
Big time first time. You know, most of my videos are about kids poop. And I just rolled out with a V12 You Got Me post, and up in there's Elon. So, you know,
Yeah, thanks for coming up and sharing it.
I'm basically perfect, Yaman. I don't know what to tell you.
You're at the top of the world. Just wait until he replies to one of your posts. It's even better feeling. Oh, it's back.
I'm so perfect that I got kicked out of the room. Thank you.
Did your app crash?
No, basically, I got so excited that I left the room. To be in your presence, Yaman, it was a bit much, but I did it. We did it. That's it. That's the big story for today.
So what does the tweet say? Let's see. Do you want to send it up here?
I don't know how to put it in the nest, but I'll just tell it to you because I've read it like 1,000 times now. But I wrote V12. First of all, Tesla said something like, "I'm glad you like it." And that was like, I was high for like a week from that. And then today I just went into my notifications and I was like, oh my God, is that real Elon? Is that parody Elon? And then I saw like Elon alerts, tags, likes, blah, blah, blah. And then I was like, I think that's Elon. And I clicked on it. It was like 162 million followers. I mean, that's a big parody account if it is. So then I basically peed my pants, and that's how today went for me. Thank you. Yeah.
All right, I pinned the tweet at the top.
That's
It says
okay.
V12. You got me. FSD is not better than human drivers. Thank you, Elon, for making the streets of New York City safer. There you go. Oh, Tesla replied, like you said. That's cool.
Big time. Big time. It's a big story. It's bigger than Lincoln sitting on the stage doing absolutely nothing, but you know, it's a low bar. It's a low bar here, Yaman.
So do we need to refer to you in a different way now?
I was basically perfect from the very beginning, but I'm happy to be whatever you want to call me at this point. I mean, if you want to call me Mrs. Musk, that's totally fine. I won't stop you, but you know, like my lady, Lord, any of those work for me. So I'm just giving you a variety.
Mrs. Musk.
I mean, let's be honest here. I'm basically Elon's wife at this point.
That's right.
You're 12.
All right, Omar. Are you? Omar,
Yeah.
do you feel that way too?
No, I think Rebecca takes the title.
I think Omar already knows my crazy. That's the thing. We were on Clubhouse together. He's just not fazed by it. He's like, oh, this psychopath dancing poop doctor? Okay, yeah, we know her. She's got it. Okay. Here to rant.
Poop doctor. Okay. Is Lincoln going to play for us or no? Going once. Going
Wow.
twice.
He put a thumbs up, but I don't know what that means.
Oh, he did? I didn't see it. It's that simple. Go ahead.
Question for Holmars. Based off your experience so far with the new versions of full self-driving, do you have sort of a worst case timing? I know it's impossible to know, but would you say in the next 3 years, 2 years, you think, hey, the current progress rate, these runs of nines may end up, in a good spot? And I think at the very worst, 2 years, or do you think it's way too hard to know, given it's A, first time it's being completed, and B, the amount of edge cases we'll need to actually get those additional nines?
Nobody knows. We can only hope it won't take forever.
It's that simple. Sorry, Rebecca. It's that simple. What is your worst case scenario estimates?
Infinite in theory, right?
Let's say 10th percentile worst case. So like not the worst case, but like 90th percentile worst.
Yeah. Probably 2 to 3 years. 3 years is more probably.
Really?
More. It's more. No. 90th is probably like 5 to 6 years probably. Yeah. And then that tail just obviously gets super thin and super fat at the same time. It becomes, I'd say probably around 3 to 5 years, I'd say, give or take, 90 percentile. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's yours?
Yeah. I mean, I kind of working on the back of the envelope, kind of like rule of thumb kind of thing I'm working on. But yeah, my understanding of the situation has changed a lot in the last year. Obviously.
As well. But I'm just trying to understand, I guess, are you just using anecdotes in terms of the AI research and scaling laws and things like that to just say, if we cannot collect enough data, I have high enough confidence that those papers should translate as close to 100% as possible, where I think, it should be this amount of time, or what's your process, I guess, to assume? Because to me, I understand the AI part, right? We have researchers, whoever it is, telling us, hey, it could be this soon based off scaling laws. To me, being super clear, not an expert nor close to an AI. I just know off of my own anecdotes that people like to compare things are not the exact same and reason by analogy. And I think for tail, call it risk situations or tail data in this case, there's been many times it's been proven wrong. So I think that's the toughest part for me to understand still, is sort of understanding how those tail data points translate to, say, other scaling laws.
Yeah, I think we have to step back and just basically say at first that I don't think anyone knows, as Omar said. And you can talk about the scaling laws and everything, but they're very new, and they haven't been tested through time. And so, I mean, one thing I do kind of understand from having researched it a little bit more, or a lot more, is that to reduce the error rate by half, to have your error rate, okay, you have to 10x your training compute. That's like a rule of thumb scaling law, I guess. Okay, but as Ashok mentioned on the last earnings call, he said, that's one of them, but there's other ways you can also accelerate the process. He gave examples of it, etc. But it also assumes that these scaling laws on the training compute side will continue. That you won't need a new architecture. That even if you need one, when you find out, you're going to be able to pivot real quickly. So a lot of assumptions go into it. So let's say we're at, if I look at this, there's the FSD tracker.com, which I highly recommend people kind of dig through it. Currently, we have 96.5% of trips have no critical disengagement. Okay. And I think we should focus on the critical disengagement part of it for now. 96.5% of trips have no critical disengagement across, I guess, North America, or whatever their user base is. So to go from that, if you do the calculation, how many halvings do you need to get to 6 nines? Which I think is what you need for robotaxi level kind of reliability. So let's just do this here. Okay. 96.5. Everybody stay on mute, please. So 0.35 divided by 2, divided by 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 halvings. So if you take it at face value, that's 12 years if you multiply your training compute for 10x every year. Okay. But if you then incorporate what Ashok said, that there are other scaling laws that they're running into, etc., then it's going to be something shorter than 12 years. So, and that's from where we are today. All right. But yeah, if you ask the question, what do you think is the worst case scenario forever? What's the 90th percentile? I think your 5-6 year estimate is probably about right. Maybe a little optimistic. But I'm not the expert here. Machine is machine.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm an expert, definitely not the expert, but since Meta has quit, I guess I'm all that you have, sadly. And what I would say is the scaling laws, in most of these papers, scaling laws focus on the relative trade-off between increasing compute and increasing your data and increasing model size, and like what's the best way to toggle all those parameters together to utilize your compute efficiently. But And usually they're kind of in proportion. You want to kind of increase the compute and the data and the number of parameters in the model, kind of increase them together to be the most efficient. But that's kind of a different question than understanding what is the actual limit to getting the accuracy high enough or the error rate low enough, right, to be better than a human. And that's where Meta and I maybe disagree a little bit from what I've seen in various papers, and also just sort of basic intuition that even though there might be a linear region where if you increase your compute, you will reduce the error rate in a kind of known proportion on a log scale, it looks linear. But at some point, it starts tapering, where even if you increase the compute another order of magnitude, the decrease in error does not go down proportionally. It starts asymptoting, right? And then you do the same if you manipulate amount of data that you have, right? You can just toggle that and say, if I keep increasing the amount of data I'm ingesting, I'll also reduce the error rate in some proportion, but then that also starts asymptoting at some point. So then what happens when you combine them all together? Will you get further along the error curve before you asymptote? And so I think there's debate over whether you're going to asymptote, which to me is almost common sense applies that you will at some point. But the more question becomes, will you be able to achieve the error rate needed before you start asymptoting, right? And where it becomes really hard. And so that's a big question still, I think. And Tesla could maybe give us more insight, and they're not giving us exact details, but so far they're indicating that they have confidence. So I don't know.
It's that simple. Any thoughts?
Yeah, he sort of asked the key question himself. I was going to ask him, is that when he thinks that, call it, asymptote starts, right? At what point in time, at what number of nines? Because to me, that's the sole question I care about, I think, is that when does that occur? And depending on how soon or not soon that occurs, that will sort of tell me how high confidence one can have in achieving it. But I assume, Machine, you don't really have a strong opinion, or would you have an opinion? I guess you do.
My only opinion is that when it happens is going to be dependent on the model size. That the smaller the model you have, the earlier you'll start asymptoting. I give you an extreme example, but if you're familiar with linear regression, linear regression is like one layer neural network essentially, and there's no amount of data and compute you could feed into that would overcome the limitations of the simplicity of the network to where you would ever get a low enough error rate to drive a car. I mean, I hope that sounds obvious to everyone, but 200 neuron model, one layer, is never going to drive a car accurately. It's just not enough parameters. So there's going to be an asymptoting, right? So if you had that data point on some graph, you would say, yeah, it doesn't just keep going down. So now if you get the model bigger and bigger and bigger, I think you can keep going until you will definitely be able to get the error rate low enough. The question becomes, is that model size too big to fit on the inference chip in the car? And I don't know, I don't know. Like, so that's what I'm saying. I don't have the insight into exactly where that happens. Tesla is the only one who has the data.
So you think in the worst case, time aside, it could just become a function of hardware if you have enough time. Okay.
Yep, that's what I believe. Hardware might be the limiting factor. Meta argues, and I think it's legitimate, is that it's right now it's data. That there's not even enough data to get down the error rate, and I think that could be the case for right now. But then, as we get more and more data, at some point, something else will become the limiting factor.
Just in terms of data, more of a conceptual question. When it comes to sandboxing or running it in a non-human mode, just offline, or not offline, but in a, again, computer way or sandbox way, why is that not proven a efficient way or a proper way to fully scale the model? And can it be done in the future in your eyes if the existing, I guess, AI advancement continues, or do you think you will need that real world data? And if so, why? Why can't you recreate all these edge cases in a sort of vacuum or a sandbox?
If you're talking about simulation, then the fact is that simulation can never recreate all the things that it's never seen before. It can only recreate basically things that it knows about. And the problem is with spurious, very sparse edge cases is that they end up being things that humans would not have come up with themselves and couldn't even have put into the simulation to test. And then you're relying on all the real world data to be fed into the simulation. And there's always some incremental new cases that you haven't thought about. And so you need simulation to help augment, but it's never going to fully replace this sparse edge cases that you're just going to have to wait for. And once you get a few of them, then you can simulate and modify them, say, oh, this is a weird case. Now let's also make it weird in different ways so it learns a robust solution. But if it never had that edge case to begin with, it's going to be harder for it to generalize and work successfully on those new ones. So that's where simulation is needed to kind of make your solution more robust, but it can't replace these aspects. I don't know if that makes sense to you or not. Makes sense if I'm clarifying it, but it's a real issue.
Nothing you said makes sense to you.
No, I know he's joking. It totally does. I guess my question becomes.
Oh my God, he laughed. He laughed. It's the first time I've heard this guy laugh.
No,
and it wasn't a laugh. It was like a laugh. It was like half a laugh.
You can go back and listen to the recording and enjoy that laugh, I guess. But I guess, Machine, the question becomes.
Oh my God, he made a joke. Oh my God, what is going on here? Friday nights.
Why can't you? Why is that a constraint? If I can nowadays prompt a very simple LLM, which obviously is in its infancy, to give me 1 million edge cases for me driving down a street and explain how it happens, and then you replicate that to infinity and somehow make that into real sort of simulated ways for a car to work through. Like, would that sort of framework ever work, or you just think there's not enough things that us nor a computer that you prompt could define or explain, where it becomes a never-ending guessing game?
Yeah, I think the latter is that we can't come up with all these things. This is known in data science in general, that you can't, and this depends on the fidelity that you need, right? I mean, there's a lot of use cases for self-supervised learning or simulated learning that help enhance models, but they usually the outcome of these models isn't something that has to be basically perfect. And in most areas of machine learning, you can't say to your boss, I don't need data, I'll just simulate the cases that I need. Like, it never works as well. And when you get real data, the performance will taper off. You're like, whoops, I missed something. I mean, this is just the whole big data advantage that's talked about for every model. They all use a bunch of real world data if it's a real world problem. So it's kind of sounds esoteric without giving concrete examples, but I can give you an example even for some dumb thing that I worked on, which was like trying to estimate using the smartphone sensors if someone's in a bus or train or a vehicle, and you kind of come up with a certain amount of data that you have to train it on, and you can come up with hypotheses of also how could you augment the data, like, oh, I wonder if these things matter, if kind of how they walk matters, and if you miss something like we did, you learn to train on one data set in China and the models does well, and then you go to the US and it does terribly, and you understand why, and then look, and it's because people in China apparently put their smartphone in their pocket a certain way that they don't in the US. And the model learned that facet that we wouldn't have thought of before and only uncovered because we had a new data set. So it's just one simple example where making assumptions from humans on what the data is going to do will never fully work by itself. You can never rely on human-based hypotheses for generating simulated data alone. It just won't be sufficient for this task.
You're like Warren Buffett, just go on and on and on. You need a Charlie Munger to cut you off. Yoda?
Yeah, I think a simple way to say that is, if synthetic data looks just like the real data, then why not just use the real data, or it implies that you may have all the data that you need. And so if you're modeling the real world and you're doing that with synthetic data, it probably means that you have the underlying understanding of reality. So it's basically a fallacy.
It's that simple.
I'm not saying to replicate Tesla's real world. I'm saying if in theory you had a log of every accident that ever occurred or significant intervention through each state's, I don't know, list of accidents, and it's not just Tesla's. Is there not a point where eventually you can capture all of that? I just still don't fully grasp how it's us or if it's a machine on our behalf that can then gather all that data, including all of those cases, and somehow you replicate all of those cases in a simulation where you don't eventually approach at least a human driver level of quality. I'm still trying to understand that.
Machine.
Yeah, I see what you're saying now, that you're relying on actually external data about notes about every accident in history, and that could augment. I could see that could augment. Is that sufficient? That's hard to say, because first of all, we're talking theoretical, that every accident with all the details has been documented. Usually accidents aren't documented with all the details that would be needed, and then converted into a scene, 5-second scene where everything's replicated as described. Like, I think that could definitely help. So I get your point, because there's external data. So it's essentially acting as a new data source, but it's going to have its own flaws. So I think it can augment. So now the question becomes, when does that augmentation boost you up enough in your model performance that you don't need as much real world data? Like, I don't know what that trade-off is, but I still would tend to think it's still going to require quite a bit of the real world data.
Yeah, I had this discussion with a friend, and one example I gave was, let's say if you had a video about a dog running through the road and you don't want your car to hit it, you can then create synthetic data that says, whether it's a dog, a cat, a raccoon, you don't want to hit that object, and that's fine. But where synthetic data would be hard is, what if now you've got a scenario where there's maybe a truck that's selling pet food, and there's a large dog picture on the truck. So, if you go from scenario A, where there's an animal running across the road, to now having that use that to then create some sort of synthetic case where it's a image of a dog on a truck, that is a bit of a leap for the model to do. And so that you need to collect an edge case like that, and then now infer from that to say whether it's a dog on a truck or a cat on a truck. It doesn't matter, it's just a picture of an animal.
It's that simple.
Just to break that down, so you're saying that by doing it in a synthetic setting, the camera can't actually understand the depth, the perception, or the weight, or whatever the metric you want to use. So therefore, by making it learn in that synthetic setting, when it comes to a real world setting, it won't replicate, because you're insinuating that capturing that same point, the exact same point or action over, say, a 5-second period, is of less quality in a synthetic version than a real world version. I'm just trying to understand, why is that the case? You can just make all the weights, etc., the same.
Yeah, actually, no. My point is that when the dog runs across the road, you could probably simulate that. What if that was a cat or a different animal in that scenario? But the simulation will not likely be able to foresee or forecast another scenario whereby it's an image of the animal on a truck. And for that, you need to actually you need to collect that base data first of that edge case, and then from there, it doesn't matter whether the image is a dog or a cat. It's that leap that's, I think, difficult between those two cases for simulation to come up with that edge case.
Machine.
Well, it's that simple. Since you're requiring me to explain data science to you at a 2-year, you want me to explain for 2 years and just give you a degree? I guess I'll try. Here's a different example. I'm going to go into robotics, actually, because maybe it'll make more sense. So let's say in simulation you're trying to model a humanoid robot, or even like a double linked inverted pendulum
and you have the simulation. So you have everything working right, and you have some model that's learned on the simulation how to balance the humanoid. And you go to the real world, and in the real world, even though you thought you tried to model this thing as accurately as possible, there's still some slight difference in the actual humanoid, the real world robot. Maybe it's a little more friction than you thought. Maybe one of the linkages, the mass distribution is a little off from what you thought. So then in this situation, when you go to apply the control logic you learned in simulation, it will fail because of those little differences end up spiraling out of control in sort of a nonlinear dynamic chaotic system. And that control system that you learn from pure simulation actually won't be able to work because of some small differences. And so what happens is if you would have learned from a real robot failing and doing all these tasks and collecting that data, then you would have learned something robust. But if you relied just on simulation, it failed. Same thing can be applied to images, where if you try to simulate images, even if they look close enough in your eye to a real world image, just like the robot, there's probably some subtle differences. And if you're not controlling for that in your deep learning algorithm, it may pick up on or assume things about the simulated image that actually don't show up in the real world. And so when it gets the real world images, it screws up. It doesn't actually know what to do exactly.
Yeah, so you could have just said the issue would be weight, right? I think at the end of my question, I said it's the issue of weight. Weight, therefore, affects friction. And I guess I could have said dimensions, but it sounds like that's the core issue. You can exactly replicate the movement and the speed and the angularity of the animal in that case.
I just came back and I hear Machine talking about weight and friction and everything. You talking about his mom again?
Well, in that case, there are techniques and things you can purchase that reduce friction, and make handling that amount of weight, because it is a quite amount of weight, much easier. I just want to note also, yesterday, making It's That Simple laugh, I also made Gordon Johnson put up the laugh emoji. Is that the first time in this space he laughed?
Wait, what did you say? Which one of them? You had one really bad one.
Honestly, I forget. He didn't laugh at my Kim Kardashian joke, I don't think. What was the one? There was one that he did laugh at. I got to go think what it was, but I was pretty proud of that.
Peanuts.
Yes. My question is, does anyone have any idea why the Cybertrucks don't have FSD right now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We just, I think everybody has asked this question many times. Nobody wants
Oh, gotcha.
It needs to be retrained. The models need to be retrained for the Cybertruck to perform. Obviously, Cybertruck has a couple of differences. There's a forward-looking, there's a front bumper camera that doesn't exist on other cars, and the number of vehicles on the road is tiny. So, why even prioritize that for your limited training compute? When you can do other things to improve the experience for the vast majority of the customers. Just look at the fact that Omar, for example, has FSD on his Model S, doesn't have FSD on Cybertruck, and he's choosing to use a Cybertruck. And I think this is actually true for a lot of people. So that means you have to stay on mute when you're not talking, Phoenix. And we're going to switch out this topic anyway. So that means Tesla doesn't need to focus on developing FSD at this time. Sell more Cybertrucks. There's a huge backlog. So it's that simple.
Yeah, just not to singulate you out, Yaman. I know you're going to listen back to this space because it made me laugh, and I laugh. But Machine, since you also will want to listen back for a reason, I actually think your sense of humor is closest to mine in this space. So you can sort of play this last 10 seconds on replay all night tonight. But yeah, don't get too happy.
You can't say his sense of humor closest to yours until you make a good your mama joke. Okay. And then secondly, you actually remind me of my roommate from college a little bit. Did you play any sports, by the way?
Yeah, played soccer.
Soccer, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Machine.
I have nothing to say other than you two are weak. Swimming, soccer, it's pathetic.
Yeah, well, my roommate was a baseball player.
I also did mixed martial arts and jujitsu. So, if you need a high kick to the left side of your head, let me know. I can always come down and give you one.
There you go. Yoda.
For Machine and Omar, given that the Cybertruck, doesn't have FSD right now, does that give you maybe a clue into how different the model that is local to the vehicles are between the different models? If it was very similar, I suppose the Cybertruck could kind of just adapt to the Model Y, Model 3, Model S, and X's model. So your thoughts on that?
I don't think we need to get our panties in a twist about why the Cybertruck doesn't have FSD. Elon said it's coming in a few months. It takes time to make sure it works. Even for the new Model 3, it took time to make sure it works. This has steer-by-wire, other things. I think it'll come in a few months, and no one will ever worry about it again.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to scream when the microphones are so good nowadays that they pick up even if you're far away. And if you scream, it actually worsens that thing. It worsens the experience because the microphone adjusts. Can you say what you said in a normal voice? Let's hear it.
Yeah, there's a lot of wind noise in the car right now. So to me, it sounds really loud. But I think I have voice isolation on.
Yeah.
Wasn't Omar just giving someone a tutorial on the perfect audio quality?
Yeah. That's all right. It was great. I just had to lower my volume a little bit because I felt like I was going deaf. Anyway, we're getting close to the end. We have maybe another 20 minutes or so, and then Lincoln is going to close us off. So let's kind of go through the couple of people. Yeah, Yoda, and then Bull. Anything to say? Yeah, Yoda, Bull 20. Okay, yeah, Yoda.
Yes, I had a question on the Tanner grid battery storage news I heard last week from CATL with zero degradation 5 years down. I mean, that's a big news, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we talked. When did that come out?
I think it was a week or 2 weeks ago, not long.
Yeah, it was a while ago. We actually had Jordan in here for that news, and what he, in short, said, you can make these things happen, but you're giving up on other things. Like, for example, we don't know the details of it, right? Because they just made the announcement. For example, like, what's the cost? Like, what was the cost of making this battery? Even if it's zero degradation in 5 years or whatever you cited, does it come at a higher cost, or does it come at a lower safety? Does it come at a lower charge rate? So we don't have the full picture, but I would say CATL obviously is the biggest battery producer in the world, so I would give more credence to what they're saying than say what Mary Barra says. But let's see it. Let's see.
I mean, could they claim zero degradation 5 years with backup battery that they use in a like a under the table fashion, like not unannounced, but yeah, you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, I got your question, and anything beyond what I said is going to be speculation. But let's hear what Omar said.
LFP batteries have a very long cycle life already. So I'm not sure how much of a difference there really is.
exactly. So I don't think it's the material needs at this time. All right, thank you. Who just disappeared? It's that simple. Anything else on your mind?
No, just apologize to Machine for me. I saw he left the space. So when you see him next time, tell him to not take my threat too seriously.
He probably left because of that. Are you a black belt?
No, I got up to brown, red stripe, and then focused more on boxing, but never intensively sparred. So I will preface that because I think the brain's more important than getting a few belts.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I have a friend who is a close friend of mine, and I've known this guy since like junior year college, and this is a long time ago. I've known this guy a long time. Okay. And only like 6-7 years into our friendship, I found out he has 2 black belts. So he's just like one of those people who just very modest about everything he does. Basically the opposite of Machine in that sense. And you kind of like throughout your friendship, you start finding these incredible achievements.
Was it in karate or jiu-jitsu, or do you know what it was in?
Karate.
Got it. So I actually have a black belt in karate as well. I actually think it's
You
good.
do? Yeah.
And jiu-jitsu, I have the red stripe, but I think jiu-jitsu is a bit harder. It's my 2 cents. You can tell him I said that.
Yeah, I'll tell him that. We'll set up a match.
Yeah, exactly. It's great. It's one of the things I'm most grateful for my parents growing up is honestly just intensive sports. I think build a level of character and like durability that I don't know. Especially nowadays, you look at some people and think, "What the fuck did you go through as a kid?"
Yeah, exactly. Yoda.
Question for Is That Simple? What's your take on Tyson, Logan, Elon versus Musk?
Yeah, so Elon versus Musk, that'll be very interesting, right? I don't know who's going to fight himself. Elon versus Zuck. Now, that could be interesting. I don't know. I'm assuming Zuck kicks his ass. He has a judo or jiu-jitsu background, I think, or MMA background, but Musk has some judo, so who knows? In terms of who's the other one? Tyson. Oh, the influencer stuff. Yeah, I have no idea. Like, I don't follow that stuff too closely. Hoping Tyson wins because it's Tyson, but the guy's like probably 60 years old now, so still Tyson though. So who knows?
Yeah. Did you get enough confidence in what Machine and Yoda was saying around similar data, real world data?
Yeah, it's similar to what Machine sort of elaborated on and at length when he could have just said the sentence. What I've been told before is that when it comes to just the synthetic data nowadays is why NVIDIA, my concern, just to take a step back, was more so how durable will the business be long term for the FSD if it's solved, right? 2 big ifs. And I was constantly told it's truly down to real world miles because you can't replicate the exact angles and the weight and the friction. So they sort of just iterated that. My concern is still, I don't know how long that persists. I think given how fast things are changing, I don't have an answer to this, but will that always be the same in the future? Why can't you replicate an animal at multiple different speeds and frictions and all these singularities? I think you eventually can. It's just a function of time. So yeah, it answered it the same way I sort of knew. The same question of when will that change is unknown in my mind, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Omar?
Well, how do you prove it's safe ultimately and ready to go out? You need to demonstrate, not just demonstrate in a computer simulation, but actually physically demonstrate that it can drive millions of miles or billions of miles or whatever without messing up. So you do ultimately need a bunch of cars to demonstrate that. In terms of data gathering ability, we've made tremendous leaps in synthetic data with generative AI, for example. But the real world is truly bizarre. Things happen that you could never expect. And so you need the real world at least to kind of seed examples. And you're really looking for that needle in the haystack, that one extremely bizarre case that breaks your extremely robust software. And then make sure you're solving even for that extremely weird case, which happens every day at scale. So you do ultimately need real world data. And, we're kind of hitting a plateau with LLMs because there's only so much data on the internet. As limitless as the internet seems, it is actually finite. As you scale up large enough, you hit a limit. Well, guess what? You never run out of reality. There's always more reality around the corner for you to go gather more data and continue to improve the model.
I guess just for a quick question, I agree with the size LLMs. I think the old Llama model was already X percent of total internet, or Wikipedia, one of the two, which was mind-boggling. But in terms of like Sora, for instance, right? Take that to significant improvement in 5 years, whatever that is. I don't know. I wouldn't put my money on this. But could you not just have cars in there running around, the whole time? And this is a bit wishy-washy, but just sort of that ideology of 10 years from now, what will the world look like? I don't know. No one here knows, but I just don't know if FSD will be fully durable in 5-10 years from now. I don't have that answer. I think it will be. I would bet my money it will be, but it's a real question to have, right?
Well, in 10 years, it won't be. In 10 years, there'll probably be a few different solutions that all work just as well. And it'll seem easy. It won't seem like magic. You ever hear anybody say, oh my God, my cell phone worked? It's so amazing I can talk without a wire. No one will care. It'll be old news. And there'll probably be a few different companies. But in the meantime, there's going to be big differences between the systems. And nobody wants to ride in the second safest or the third safest. They want to ride in the safest. There's an inherent network effect there, where people using it makes it better, which makes people use it. So it's a little speculative. We don't know how the market will play out. But a lot of people have observed these properties and said that real world data is the reason why we haven't seen AI take over robotics the same way it has with language or other fields.
Yeah, just on that note, you said it's a certainty, I guess, I think you said 10 years, that it'd be, commoditized. Are you saying the technology will, but obviously distribution is the second question, or are you saying that any car in the world will have achieved viable solution, whether it's a non-Tesla, or I guess likely a non-Tesla partner, and because of that, every single car, Tesla or not, will have full self-driving? Is that the stance, I guess, you think will happen? That every car has it, agnostic of Tesla or not?
In 10 years, every car sold around the world will have self-driving. And we'll probably have AGI, honestly.
And you could see that world where the Tesla cars have Tesla AI, but the non-Tesla cars, you think there's a good chance have a different third-party AI system, whether it's one of the existing ones or a new one.
There are going to be other systems. There already are other systems. Nothing in the world is ever done by one company. It's not about taking 100% of the market. It's about, this is a multi-trillion-dollar market, and it changes the entire car business. That same car with the same cogs is now able to generate 5 to 10 times more value for the company in terms of the revenue, the earnings it brings in.
That's not what he's hearing when you say that. It's that simple as hearing, well, somebody can undercut me, so we're gonna get to kind of like equilibrium, 0% margin kind of thing when you say that.
Yeah, I guess the question, Homar, is trying to understand a bit more is the durability of that cash flow and durability of that software, right?
So, but here's what I would say. It's that simple. This is actually what Elon said like 5 years ago on an earnings call. He said that these FSD systems are going to be so easy and internally will be able to do it. Okay. So, but the thing is, I think Tesla will be able to offer things in the car that other services won't be able to offer. And Tesla will just do all that better than anybody else. Like, Waymo has FSD, right? They can go from A to B in certain areas, and they're scaling across different cities. They're coming to Austin now. They're going to continue to scale. But at scale, who can offer a better service at a lower cost, lower price? And I think it's going to play out the way the whole EV scenario played out, where Tesla is just better, cheaper, and everybody else is canceling their programs.
Yeah,
Yoda?
and sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. It's that
Yeah.
simple. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to understand that. So I agree. I'm just trying to understand the delta between, call it, no one knows this, but in theory, Tesla gets it in 5 years. Like, how large is the gap between Tesla getting it and then, that second or third party, agnostic, obviously Waymo and the non-scalable solutions? Because to me, that's actually super important, right? I know people speak to Mobileye. I have my own views. I don't think it's really the real world's there. But if you guys are saying real world data is required, why would it be, I'm trying to understand that inflection point. How does that sort of mental model change where, right now Tesla has X amount of real world data. If another player starts tomorrow, which some already exist, but, mass market sensors on collecting that data, building that model, how long would it take for that company? Is it 5 years after Tesla gets it, you think? Is it 4 years? Or is it like, I have no idea, because I think whole Mars made it sound like, it's a certainty. And if it's a certainty, then a lot of the valuation of that business becomes very low because it's a commodity and SaaS business.
Yeah, but
right?
like I said, it depends on what you can offer inside the car too. But also, like I've been saying before, I don't think robotaxi business is going to be as cash flow generating as a lot of people seem to think. I think it's more about, for Tesla, I think it's more about, can you apply the learnings, develop an FSD to the Optimus project? And I think that's where really the most of the cash flows are going to come from. Yoda, then Omar.
Yeah, I think a lot of companies are able to replicate the functionalities of Google search, but nobody really uses the other search engines. And I think the secret sauce is that when someone uses Google search, they're actually adding value to the product, because when you click on that link, they're actually taking that into the algorithm and improving it incrementally. And so I think what will happen is that while the technology of using vision will be replicable by other companies, Tesla will have the fleet advantage, the user advantage, because they're going to have the largest fleet, the most users, and each of those rides are actually going to add value to the product, make the product slightly better, and then that will be the part that will be very difficult to replicate.
All right, 10 more minutes of this, and then Lincoln is going to close us. 10 more minutes, Lincoln is going to close up after that. Omar.
Yeah, there are many examples, as Yoda pointed out, where the technology becomes well known, but one dominant player still takes the market. He used the example of Google, where all of the feedback they're getting from users on what people are clicking allows them to have better search results. Facebook, for example, everybody has the technology to build a social network, but all the people are on Facebook and Instagram and X. So it becomes very hard to compete with them. Although the core web technologies of starting a server and making a web page are available to anybody. Similarly, with self-driving, there are strong network effects. When you use it more, you have a bigger fleet, generates more data, you can drive better, you crash less, you make users happy. So that's what's important, but that's really only a piece of it. What matters ultimately isn't just training the best model or training a working model, but actually winning in the marketplace. You need to get cars out there. They need to be within 5 minutes of the user. They need to have approval to operate in the places where the rideshare demand is. And you need to just actually compete in the market, not just against other autonomous services, but against humans, against other transport alternatives like public transport. And that ultimately requires vertical integration, I believe. And it requires, I think, a large manufacturing footprint to both generate the data needed to train the model to like the industrial level of reliability needed, and just to be able to serve ride demand.
Yeah, so I guess to me, the most important part is still the hardware problem. The volume of cars being delivered is not to me, a durable moat, right? To me, the question still is, if you're saying that everyone will be, full self-driving, I assume, and let me know if I'm wrong, you don't think they'll be as good at self-driving as Tesla is, or do you think no, in your just example, for 10 years, everyone will become as good as Tesla is in self-driving in terms of the actual risk profile per drive? Because if you think they will, I think it's a separate equation versus, they can all self-drive, but Tesla will have an advantage on the risk per drive, if that makes sense. And therefore they have even a further reason to steal the market in addition to the existing infrastructure, manufacturing, first mover advantage, etc. Which one is it? Do you think it'll be just as good or just, trying to be as good?
I mean, just look at what exists on the market today. I posted a video comparing the latest driver assistance system available from Mercedes with Tesla. Mercedes got 44 disengagements and the Tesla got 0. Elon commented, he said they're about 5 years behind us at least. I think probably even 5 to 10 years. I think just licensing FSD would probably take them 3 to 5 years. So when you just look at the products on the market, just compare them, there's nothing else even close. Now, of course, it's impossible to predict what products might emerge in the future and who the successful companies might be. But when you just look at what is on the market today, there's nobody even close. There's nobody even remotely able to match functionality. And eventually there will be, but they're not even on the horizon yet. Maybe Comma somewhere out there, but they don't have the right hardware. Mobileye, they say they don't want to do end-to-end, so they're kind of out of the ringer. And the other services are so limited, you can't really use them. So there's nothing on the horizon right now. It looks like, I can't see anything 5 years out. But of course, things can change. There can be new technologies. You never know. One thing we do know about technology is that over time, it does tend to commoditize.
Yoda, and then I'm going to go ahead.
Oh, Omar, I saw that Mercedes video. Don't ever do that to your dad again. That was a very dangerous thing you done.
Yeah.
Do it to yourself if you want, but not your dad, okay? Next
Yeah.
time. Come on. Wear a helmet.
All right. It's that simple. Any other questions?
No, I think we landed at the same spot. Distribution moat, hopefully tech moat, where if they get it first, it's long enough where they build such a deep network they can just cut prices lower than anyone else can, and because of that, they become a market share leader. But I do think the anecdotes like Google is very different, and Facebook, where it's a network effect based. Yeah. Anyways.
Well, I guess don't you think Tesla can build a similar network effect?
No, I think they can, but I think it will be for a slightly different reason. Like Google wasn't a first mover, right? Google was not a first mover, right? They just did it the best and came at the right time. And Meta, as well. For them, their network effect will be more so the Uber network effect, where you're going to wait less for a ride, and then if you need to spend capital to come into the business, they'll just undercut you to the point where they'll chokehold you, and it doesn't make sense for new entrants to come in at scale. But yeah, I have a few other thoughts we can discuss at a later time.
Yeah. It's that simple. What do you have put in to your discounted cash flow model for robotaxi gross profits, say 5-10 years from now?
I don't know top of mind right now. It's been a while since I touched the Tesla model, but I was doing math on what I care most about is the cost per mile, right? How I view, call it the robotaxi. Like people say robotaxis, but I think it's actually more important than that. I think it's just pretty much it's a transportation business, right? The key metric to me is it cost to move a mile in a vehicle, and what's that cost per mile from the car or the truck or the train, whatever it is. And I think I don't want to say it now. I think it was in the 40 cents or something along those lines, eventually compressing potentially further.
It's not going to be 40 cents.
Or 50 cents. Well, how did you do it? It was depreciation. It was the energy charging. It was insurance.
It's going to take like $10, $15, $20,000 to produce this thing. It's going to go millions of miles. Okay. Depreciation is going to be like a couple cents.
So you think it's lower, exactly, right?
Yeah, it's way low.
Yeah, no. So I'm saying even at 40 cents, if you do it at that point and compare it to alternatives, even like trains or buses, you start actually capturing a portion of that market. So that's why I think robotaxi is one way to look at it, but it's actually more important than that. So my point is the model was built off of that ideology where it's not just, taking over Uber's market share. It actually becomes multiple methods of transportation, looking at total miles, or transportation miles, applying a margin to each mile, and then, obviously discounting that back at a risk profile. So that was the framework. The number I don't have for you right now.
Okay, Omar and then Lincoln.
So Waymo recently disclosed that they've now completed 1 million driverless trips. 1 million driverless trips over many years. And they're now at a run rate of 2.5 million driverless trips a year. So we're really out of the point of, can this technology work? Self-driving cars can definitely work. We figured out all the dotting the T's and crossing the T's and dotting the I's. What it's really about now is scaling and building a business. I can't take Waymo to all parts of Los Angeles. I can't take it outside the city of San Francisco or Los Angeles. So it can't replace Uber and it can't replace Car for Me yet. But they've given 1 million rides. So it's about building a business now. Can I actually keep this running and make a profit? And that's obviously, just like EVs, the insanely tough part.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm closing off YouTube. Lincoln is going to play us a song, and then we're going to end the X space as well. Lincoln, are you ready?
Are you going to cut me off early like you did Stacy last time?
Dude, my connection got...
Is that what's going to happen? If